Chapter 1. Mike waited impatiently for the children's parents that lived on and near the block to show up or respond with more details. The praying hands he'd gotten from many of them only told Mike that at the time they were still alive. He tried his best to keep his cool. He tried taking some anti-diarrhea medicine, which only resulted in him puking his guts out again when he tried to keep the water down. He wished he could get some to stay down because he just about shit himself earlier as he was trying to survive John, the bus driver, and the strange lady in the van. Crapping himself was not something he had time for. The anti-diarrhea medicine had become his best friend after he'd had an unfortunate incident at the local Walmart earlier that week. If someone didn't know Mike, then saying he was an introvert was putting it nicely. He had realized while paying that there was no chance of him being able to make it home. Mike had let Emily and the kids know he had to hit the shitter, and when he went to the closest facility available, he'd been stopped at the door with a sign saying that it was being cleaned. Mike, being painfully shy, decided that in lieu of having to talk to someone, especially a stranger, that he would race time, aka his asshole, and had tried to race across the store, only to end up with one less pair of boxer briefs in his life. He had a newfound respect for the power of advantages related to having low shorts, not the type that showed off his ass, but the kind that did, thankfully, hang a good 4 inches lower than his boxers did. When Emily had asked him to hurry, he'd gotten to tell her he had shit his boxers and that it was going to be just a minute or two longer. He was sure that he'd been embarrassed in the past, but this definitely ranked highest on his most recent list. The number of dead, or dead on their feet, were starting to accrue. He watched out Jake's window, and thankfully, he saw that none of them walking were the parents of the kids downstairs. He wanted his own kids here, and wife, and outside of that, his list was pretty short, not counting family, of course. Not one of the parents had shown up yet, and the chatter from them had died after the first 10 minutes. Lily had been an absolute rock star, keeping them occupied with snacks and a cartoon on the television. They hadn't forgotten about what had happened, but having something to wiggle in front of them to keep their focus elsewhere had done nothing to hurt anything. Jake tapped his dad on the shoulder, making him jump a foot. He was so focused on the scene outside that it had sucked him in. Jake knew the unwritten Evans rule, which was quite simple. Don't ever wake an Evans male. Don't ever scare an Evans male, because their reactions were guaranteed to be one thing. Mike jumped, bringing up his fists. Jake immediately said, "Don't hit me, it's me. I'm not going to hit you. I was focused, and you scared me." Jake held up his bow. "You realize I've only got like 6 arrows and I can't pull back your bow, so your arrows are useless to me? I mean, we are going to run out, and I doubt we can ask for a little help out the window and have one of the zombies toss them back up to us." "I know, Jake. I'm trying to figure out what we are doing here. I'm winging it as I go." Jake looked at his dad. He knew how shitty he'd felt the last week, and that if his dad looked this bad, he probably felt 100 times worse. He wasn't going to ever say how truly horrible he felt. "I didn't expect you to have a plan. I don't know why I'd expect a guy who writes zombie books and probably makes 6 zombie jokes a week would know what to do with himself. Don't think that just because the world is ending and I feel like shit that I won't put a size 11 right in your ass. You'd fall over. I could get back up. To get to the point, I need to check on the littles downstairs. Dad, it's like 2020, and you have me shooting sticks with a string. A fancy string, albeit. But seriously, what's the plan?" Mike was going to say something about it being a great bow, but realized what he was talking about, and hands down, he couldn't think of a valid reason he'd given him the instructions to shoot the bow. In his defense, there was nothing that made sense at the time, because everything was absolutely batshit crazy. He'd gone through 1,000,000 times in his head through his books, through conversations with other writers, with co-workers who never wanted to talk about it, And most importantly, he'd gotten more fan input than was probably healthy to receive at times. In every single one of his scenarios, the millions of ways he'd thought things would go, there had not been one single situation where he had been sick enough to debate that he might be happier dead if it would mean that the shits and puking had ended. Mike reached over to his son, taking the bow and tossing it onto the bed. He motioned with his head and went to the bedroom. Jake said, "And what are we doing? Did I just lose my zombie-watching job? I promise I can do better than this. You know I like the bow. It just seems a little silly when we—" Mike put up a finger, and Jake knew that shutting up was the answer. Mike said, "You didn't lose anything, and I appreciate the help, bud. I'm not always right, and at the time it felt like a great idea. Only because I know you can drill those arrows like nobody else. Well, nobody else but me, given your good genetics and all." Jake looked at his dad, who was surely not at 100%, of course, and didn't want to bring anything up about how he looked and how that did little to make him feel better about his genetics. Jake just followed his dad, who reached behind his dresser and brought out a key ring with 2 keys hanging from it before Jake could see where he took it from. Jake knew his dad and guessed that he had more guns than anyone on the block. He unfortunately had mostly only practical guns, with the exception of one. Mike typed in the keypad numbers, and when the light went green, he twisted the key and the handle. Jake had seen it 1,000,000 times before, but at 12 years old he still smiled when he saw all that blued steel in front of him. He'd been learning over the last few years how to shoot, and had recently taken his hunter's safety course, which only led to more shooting, which made him even happier. Before that, he'd still been his dad's hunting buddy since he was big enough to wear camo out in the field. The sarcastic side of Jake, part of that amazing genetics his dad had been preaching, whistled and said, "Hey, now we are looking at the 20th century, Dad. Which one do you want me to use?" Mike didn't hesitate for even a moment. He took a Browning lever-action .22 rifle from the gun's safe. It wasn't his. This one was Jake's, and he knew it. His grandpa Denny had given it to him for Christmas one year. Jake had loved that thing, even though it hadn't looked like a machine gun, like most or all his video games used. The first time he'd taken it out, he had fallen in love with it. Jake had put a few blocks of ammunition through it, and after firing over 1,000 rounds with it, he was more than proficient and was like a surgeon. Jake took out the wooden box that held his ammo for his gun. He slid the lid back and looked at a very full box. "You definitely have 1,000 rounds, and it wasn't empty when I bought 2 new bricks for you." Jake took the box, not expecting it to weigh 20 pounds, and it went right down to the floor. Both Evans' males jumped a foot back in the air, and the box emptied out its contents on the floor. It didn't take a genius to know what a 10-pound box was going to do if it landed on one of their feet or toes. It'd be an instant break. Mike refrained from yelling. He knew it was an accident. He saw a baseball hat on the floor and bent down and scooped up a few handfuls of bullets into the hat and handed it to the quite nervous-looking preteen. "So I got a lot of bullets, but, not to offend you, but is there a reason you were giving me the smallest caliber rifle in that safe?" "It'll kill them if you take your time shooting them. All you gotta do is shoot them in the Terrion," Jake asked before his dad could explain. "Okay, let's pretend that I don't have to do useless amounts of research on a daily basis for books and tell me what that means." Mike took an index finger and tapped Jake right in front of his ear and just above where his sideburns would be, had he had any. "Right there, smartass. Do you understand that?" "What year was I supposed to learn all this, Father?" "Little spot in front of the ear. Hit them. Your little bullets will go through their heads like a hot knife in butter. They'll fall down dead and they won't get back up. Then you keep doing it until the dumb fucks either all die for good or they all decide it is time to leave. I don't think that they think, though. If they do, I'd probably be dead by now, which I'm not, and I'm going to do my damnedest to keep it that way for everyone in the house. Load it up, shoot them down, rinse and repeat. Is that about right? Yeah, and make sure you wear your earplugs. It's just a .22. Right, and what does Grandpa Denny say every time you ask him a question? Huh? Exactly. Take care of your ears. You only get one set. I'd hate to think of a day those zombies are coming around a corner and you can't hear them and they eat your face partly off. Do you want to have your face torn off? No, not particularly. Of course, I don't want anything ripped off. Me either. We put too much money into those braces of yours to go uglifying yourself. Geez, I love you too, Dad, Jake said as he ran his tongue across his smooth teeth. He'd not missed his braces for even one day. He would take a retainer for 100 years over having that feeling the next day, waking up knowing that when he stretched his jaw and tried to eat, he would feel a pain that was always the same after an adjustment. Mike scooped up the rest of the bullets and motioned for Jake to get going. Mike got up to his feet, falling right back down. The spins took over and he sat there for just a minute, resting against the hamper, looking at a collection of guns that would let him go anywhere in North America to hunt if he wanted to. He could pick any animal, probably short of a buffalo, and would have no issues putting it down. He got to a knee, feeling a sweat from his forehead, and ran through a list of what meds Emily had purchased for him that week. He wondered what exactly he could take to get a quick fix to get him through the day. Mike thought about bed, and how binging on Netflix and being on a high from some NyQuil Green original and going into a sleep of the dead would not suck at all. A scream from downstairs echoed its way up to him. Mike looked at the guns one more second. But when that scream grew into a symphony of them, he knew that it wasn't just one kid being dramatic. Not that he would blame any of them on a day like this if they were. He crawled across the floor, stumbling back down to a knee. Mike put a hand on the counter in the bathroom, getting up to his feet and stumbling forward. Mike landed on the bed. If he had been a foot shorter, he would have cracked his face on the wooden bed frame. It was solid and would hurt like a son of a bitch. More screams came, and Mike slapped himself across the face hard, which did little to help the spins. He jumped when the screams came again, followed by a volley of gunshots. Jake yelled, "I got two, Dad! Really shooting the shit out of them Terrions!" Lily, who didn't have an evil bone in her body, was doing her best to keep the kids from losing their minds. She'd had to listen to her dad and brother talk about zombies for the last 5 years, ever since her dad had decided to write a book which she'd never read and had no interest in reading. She could handle Zombieland because of the comedic value, but mostly because she was a snuggler, and her brother thought he needed to watch the movie at least once a week. She was going through the cupboard and collecting things she hoped the kids would like to eat. She knew from personal experience that a good Disney movie and a baggie full of hard pretzels could help to make someone feel good, even for a short time. Rylan came up behind her, pulling on her shirt. Rylan was a sweet kid, but the parents always said they felt like they were on suicide watch when he was around. Lily never knew what that meant, but his mom, Marcia, had kept a helmet on him any time he was outside. After so long, he had just gotten used to having it on, and the number of Band-Aids he needed, at least on his head, had improved tremendously. Lily wasn't paying attention to him. She was busy looking for the snacks. She always had pretzels, but ate her fair share of them and was trying to remember if she had polished off the bag. Her dad and Mom usually did weekend shopping for groceries, but with Dad being sick and Mom being crazy about disinfecting the house, it had not happened. Dad had tried to stay in the bedroom for as long as possible. The opera of sounds coming from their room over the last week had been extremely poor. Rylan said, "Hey, Lily, I think there's something wrong out here." Lily laughed. She didn't think of the irony when he said that, and it didn't take any work for the sarcasm to pour out. much like the rest of her family. She said, "Yeah, there's a lot of wrong going on outside, Rylan. I know that. I never thought John could move all that fast. He was running like crazy. I'm glad that they are out of there, though. That's the problem. Lisa from the townhomes passed out. She must not have had breakfast. My Grandpa Henry gets tired looking when he doesn't eat. Mom said he's got the diabetes." Lily still wasn't paying much attention to the boy. Her grandpa Denny had type 2 diabetes, and she was used to seeing him check his sugars and doing injections. She said, "I'm getting her a snack, so hopefully she'll feel better." "Are you going to move her mouth for her?" Rylan asked. Lily really began to listen at that point. She questioned Rylan. "What are you talking about? She can chew her own food, so why would she need me to move her mouth for her? Quit being weird about it." Madison, the Buck's oldest daughter, who was the same age as Jake and Nora from down the streets, yelled, "Rylan, are you getting her water or not?" When Lily turned around, she saw that the reason she'd be making the chewing motions for her was because she was out for the count, flat on her back. She was African American and looked pale enough to pass for a white kid. Lily yelled, "Why didn't you start off saying that? What is wrong with her? What did you do to her?" "How should I know? She looked kind of tired. A few seconds later, she fell down off of the couch onto the floor." Lily had heard the thud, but she just thought it was Rylan or one of the Jakes or Josh jumping around and off the couch. Lily forgot about the snacks and went straight to Madison, who was kneeling next to her. They'd propped her head up with a pillow, but it wasn't going to be enough to do anything to save her. When Lily put a hand on her arm, she pulled it away. It was hot as fire. Madison said, "My mom's a nurse, and we need her to come and take a look at her." Her younger sister Alana said, "Madison, everyone knows Mom is a nurse, and so is Mackenzie. Mom's at work, so what do you think she's going to be able to do for Lisa while she's at work?" "Why don't you get my phone out of my bag and call her then and quit being dumb?" Madison yelled, getting frustrated at just about everything that was happening. "I'm not being dumb, but if she's at work, what are you planning on her doing? You know that she's busy. She won't even answer the phone." "Then call Dad. God, why do you have to be so annoying?" "Dad's at Camp Dodge working. What do you expect him to do? He's a diesel mechanic, so he probably can't do much other than CPR or plugging a gun wound." Their dad, Michael, was just over 40 and almost ready to retire from the Army. He'd been in since he was in his early 20s and was inching closer by the day to his 20-year retirement mark. His wife, Elisa, was smart with their money, and they did what was necessary to have no debt by the time he retired. It could be odd being around the couple at times, mostly because if you talked about a television show that was on one of the paid networks, she'd try and say something kind of like, "Oh, we don't watch that show." Sean, who did not put any sugar coating on anything, would plain as day say, "We don't watch it because my wife's a cheap Jew and won't pay for any cable. I have to go to a friend's house when I want to watch the Hawkeyes play football when they aren't on one of the normal channels." "Don't you think he'd like to know about the zombies on the block and that we aren't going to school today?" Madison asked. Lily was trying to watch Lisa, but the bickering between the two sisters made her think it might have been easier having a brother. She thought both sisters were awesome, but they were distracting her from something pretty important. She was going to yell at her dad to come down, but Lisa's eyes opened, followed by her mouth. Purple. Lisa reached up with both hands out of nowhere. Lillian tried to back up and away, but Lisa got her by the shirt and pulled Lily towards herself as Lisa brought herself closer. Lillian screamed at the top of her lungs. The other two girls did what any sane person would do and backed the fuck up. Lily looked astonished for a moment at the two of them and knew that when it hit the fan, that you got out of the way. She couldn't necessarily blame them, but at the same time, the idea of reaching out and giving either of them a hug was not something she wanted to do. Lily fell backwards and twisted to the side. Lisa fell to the floor, and Lily took flight over fight temporarily. Lisa was dead set on Lily being her first meal and chased the girl around the kitchen. The kids raced to the back of the room, watching a frantic Lily trying her best to stay alive in a deadly game of tag. The floor wasn't huge. The living room ran into the dining area, with the cooking area connected. She slid head first beneath the kitchen table, across the wood floor, and stopped just shy of the wall. Lisa had no clue what to do, and ran straight into the table and fell back to the ground. Lily was pushing up to a knee and ran forward. Lisa growled, screaming in rage, and raced after Lily, who had disappeared into the kitchen. Purple Lisa raced after her but jumped onto the table and over the separator between the sink and the kitchen. Lily grabbed a 16-inch skillet and assumed a baseball stance. She hadn't expected her to be where she showed up. Lisa dove straight for her, looking like a professional wrestler doing a high-flying dive off from the top ropes. Lily pushed herself back until she hit the cupboards behind her. She closed her eyes, putting the pan up to block her. Lily hit the knob of the drawer and thought it couldn't hurt. She pulled it open until it was out as far as it could extend. Lily wished she had some cool kind of house where a bunch of knives or poisonous darts would spring out and shoot up and put Purple Lisa out of her misery, or keep her from bestowing it upon others. Unfortunately, this drawer held only a bunch of different-sized Ziploc bags. Lisa crashed face first into the drawer, her body going limp for only a moment. Lily crawled out from under the drawer, Lisa's body laid out at the moment. She crawled back out into the living room. All of the kids were glued to her and what was happening. When she raced into the living room, Rylan screamed, "No, don't come in here! She's going to follow you and she's going to eat us! Don't let her eat us!" Lily turned around just in time to try and stop Lisa when she heard the drawer slam shut and her footsteps from behind her. Lily held up her hands and braced herself for the hit. She tried to use some of the taekwondo she'd learned over the years, but it was not very useful, and this girl was not about to do fight fair. Her dog Harley came up behind her, meaning to be her savior, but failed miserably. Lily had her hands up in defense against Lisa, but when Harley got in the way, she tumbled backward and fell flat and hard. It took everything in her being able to get back up. Chapter 2. Denny didn't wait even a moment when he went around the corner. He brought up his rifle and aimed the .44 caliber lever action straight away. He never hesitated and had his finger on the trigger before he had it up to his eye. There was no waiting at this point. It was kill or die. He aimed, shooting off 4 rounds in a row. Diane screamed, watching her husband shoot the infected. She tried not to think of her house and what it was going to look like post-zombie apocalypse, assuming she survived. Her house was so full of things that were breakable. She was sure there was nothing good happening up there. The sound rushed through her senses, making her choke on a scream. Diane pulled out her pistol, flipping off the safety and holding it ready to shoot if someone made it around the corner past Denny. Denny aimed true. He'd been the one who had taught all of his kids how to shoot. Mike had been the only one who had continued on and instilled that into his own kids as well. 3 of the zombies walked across his vision at the top of the steps. When they saw Denny, the first one took a step forward, not looking down and not seeming to understand the theory of gravity anymore. He fell forward, bouncing off the stairs and walls, and rolled down the steps. The other 2 watched it, and they didn't do much better than the first. They gripped onto the railing as they began to fall as well. Denny took a step backwards when the first of the 3 landed at the bottom of the steps. He fired point blank, obliterating its skull. The warm white walls, which had been painted less than a year ago, after they'd gone with the townhome, now looked like a scene straight from Dexter. He watched it for a second, making sure it stayed down. This was all too new to know what to do with these things, but everything in his soul told him to shoot these things in the skull. Denny only opened the lever halfway before pushing it back up and into place. He clicked the trigger to fire, but nothing happened. He looked down to the ejector, but the other two came fast, mostly because when they heard the shots, they'd let go and rolled down the stairs, bouncing off of each other. He pulled his .44 from its holster and fired off 2 shots. The revolver was guaranteed to work, to never malfunction, and to send a round at 36,000 psi straight into each of their skulls. The .44 made the rifle look like he had been kind to the first one. Denny watched for another second, making sure they didn't move. When the two of them both stayed still, Denny turned all focus onto the last of the dead. At least the last of the dead that were in the home, that he knew of, as it tripped over one of its dead fallen brethren. Denny fired off a second round from the revolver and watched a new hole get created in the stairs above it. When the dead tripped, it fell forward and Denny's shot missed by a foot. It landed next to his foot, and Denny backed up, not tripping, but trying to put all the distance that he could between its mouth and his leg. He tried to keep his balance, but lost it, falling back into the drywall. His 200-plus pounds went clean through the wall, and he was almost sitting in there. When he tried to get up, he didn't realize that his belt had gotten stuck on something inside of the wall. He also realized very quickly he'd just thrown his back out, something he did regularly, and always said he had to go to a bone cracker when he needed to get it fixed up. Denny looked at his hands, but was terrified when he saw that they had never been so empty when he needed a gun the most. He didn't worry about himself for even 1 second. He'd lived a long life for an Evans male. His dad and his grandpa and great-grandpa had lived to their 40s and 50s. And at 70-plus, he knew he was setting records every day. Mike always told him he was his biggest fan, and that it wouldn't hurt his feelings if he hit 80 or 90. Of course, nothing would make him happier if he could see his final 2 grandkids graduate college and get married. Denny watched as the last of the trio tried to get back to its feet. It tripped over one of the dead and started crawling forward. Denny tried bringing up his foot to kick at it, but the strain racing through his back made him feel like someone was running a jagged, rusty knife down the middle of his spine. People who had never injured their back before had no sense of what kind of pain they could handle or feel, as the human body was completely connected and was hard to understand without having to deal with it. Denny kicked at it as it inched itself closer. Its blackened purple tongue hung out of its mouth, looking more like a panting dog in the summer. A panting dog hell-bent on ripping the flesh from Denny just as soon as it could. He fought through the pain, bringing up his leg because it was fight or flight, and being stuck at the moment left fight as the only option. Denny brought his loafer down into its face once, twice, 3 times. He thought if he was still turning wrenches for a living, that he'd have the accompaniment of being able to use a steel-toed work boot. However, he wasn't, and he didn't have that. The soft, flexible leather top and orthopedic sole did nothing to stop the zombie from making its way closer to him. This was all taking seconds, but each second ticking away felt like 1,000,000 years had passed all at once. When he tried to bring his foot down one more time, it clenched onto the back and the side of his ankle. Denny kicked wildly at it, ignoring the lightning sprinting through his back. It didn't matter, because with the grip this purple-skinned, blackened-tongue, flesh-eating piece of shit had on him, he knew that there was no way in which the continuing chain of events ended pleasantly. Chapter 3. Tony knew the time available was short, and with falling zombies coming from floors above, it was best to get away from the stairs, if at all possible, which at the moment, it was. Tony yelled, "Hey, we need to go! Like now!" The ever-dwindling group ran back up to the door. Tony went to open it and realized that he had one of two issues. The first was that he didn't have a viable weapon, and being on a millennial campus was not hopeful to find one. There was one thing that stuck out in his mind, and he knew he was at least a mile from it. On a normal day, a mile usually seemed like a very small distance, but now felt like it might be an impossible feat without some sort of transportation. Transportation didn't seem like a viable option right now. There was just too much shit that had to line up, and if the idea worked, he would then have to backtrack that mile. That did not scream good idea. Holly stood there for a moment longer, watching her boyfriend try to figure out what in the hell he was doing. She finally couldn't stand there any longer, mostly because it was stupid to stand there. Holly punched him in the shoulder hard enough to bring him back to the real world. Tony's inner debate left, and he could easily hear Holly yelling at him, something she rarely did. Holly was screaming, "Hey, what in the hell are you doing? There's falling zombies, literally, like falling from the sky or the top floor, whatever." Tony jumped, trying to think about the words he needed to say. With many shots of adrenaline mixed with a very healthy hangover fogging his mind, he said, "We need protection. I mean, space." "What in the hell are you talking about? Space? Protection? Are you still fucking drunk?" "Yup, definitely still running a buzz, and that's probably going to make what I'm saying sound like less of a good idea." "Filling me with confidence, Tony," Holly snapped. "I'm trying to make it make sense. We can't keep running around naked." Ralph raised his hand, clearing his throat. "Could you possibly say that in English? Maybe say it a little quicker, given the circumstances?" A growl came from above, echoing and landing, facing back down onto the railing. It hit so hard that the zombie snapped its spine, sending it out of its chest, sticking straight up. The blood from it peppered the group. It tried to bring itself up, but there was no moving, considering the fact that even though it was dead, it still couldn't get around the fact its back was broken. Ralph used the bed frame piece to lift it up and over. It kicked and snapped, and Ralph tried to be careful as he did it. But when he tried to bring the rail down to put under it, the zombie caught the boy's shirt. The spine-snapped zombie went over the railing, but went the wrong way. Ralph tried to jump back, but everything he was attempting to do was going horribly wrong. His feet were planted in a way that he was using all his force in the wrong direction. He was trying to figure out what was going wrong. He had now wasted the rest of the time that he had. The spine zombie wrapped its hands around his leg and bit into his Achilles tendon on the rear of his ankle. His shorts provided no protection, and Ralph cried out in pain. Holly watched it as its teeth tore the skin away and the skin gave way, leading to the tendon and blood. His knee buckled and he fell to the ground. He tried to hold on to his ankle to try to make it not hurt, and to not be the reason he was going to become one of them. The zombie dragged itself up to his stomach and ripped into his abdomen. Ralph was now not crying out in pain, but in fear of the unknown. He looked down at its cold, dead eyes as it chewed happily on his flesh. The group shook their heads, trying to think of what they could do for him. There wasn't a cure, and there wasn't really a way to put him out of his misery quickly and painlessly either. Tony was starting to think any reason to attempt to go further into the city might be a death wish, something he wanted nothing to do with for Holly and himself. Ralph screamed as it continued to tear into his flesh. Tony knelt down, taking the rail from him, bringing it up and down through the zombie's skull. The rail's edges sliced through the first 2 layers of Tony's skin, not being overly forgiving about it. He screamed, looking down and seeing the blood dripping slowly onto Ralph's face. The poor guy was going back and forth between trying to hold his stomach and his ankle. Tony looked down at him, trying to think of what he could do, but the dead were still falling, and even though leaving him didn't seem ideal, he was pretty sure it was their only option, albeit a shitty one for Ralph. Ralph looked down at his arms, and they were going pale, the veins getting easier to see. He watched as his veins began to turn purple, forming what seemed to be a blurry outline or picture. There was a fog, no, a rain, and he didn't know what to think. He began to wonder if he was stoned at the moment. Holly whispered, "I don't think he's okay, and I don't think that he will be okay. Time is going to grow shorter." "Well, what are you saying? Did you want to kill him?" Tony asked, not completely opposed to such a thing, so much as trying to wrap his head around the fact that he was going to have to do this. He didn't know this guy, and wasn't particularly worried about how he might feel afterwards. Brett yelled, Hey, let's settle down a little bit. We don't know." Holly didn't give him the opportunity. Hey, Fat Albert. No, we aren't waiting. Fine, don't put him out of his misery. We can leave him in the stairwell. There isn't anything that you are able to do for him. It is up to you. We can leave him or Tony can smash his head in. What sounds better? Is there a third option? Brett whispered, knowing there probably wasn't a third option. Holly said, Yeah, there is. Hold on a minute. Sorry, seems like God is busy dealing with a lot of shit at the moment. Tony cringed. She didn't usually say anything with regards to God unless she was really pissed. Tony had always been told by her mom that she'd been a good little Catholic schoolgirl until she had met up with him. She, of course, had no idea what kind of a wild child that her daughter could be when she wanted to. He would never tell her this, but he would say that it could be questionable on who was actually the bad influence. Brett said it without meaning to and uttered, "What a bitch." Holly was already throwing a punch into the man's chest. He let out an oomph full of air, and just before he could say something worse, she took each of his nipples between her thumbs and index fingers and clenched onto them. He was going to say something about not doing it and was ready to apologize when she squeezed until she was sure she could feel fingers and no nipples at this point, and then twisted. He cried out. A tear ran down his cheek, and she pulled down slowly before ripping her hands away from him. Tony loved this woman, but when she felt disrespected, she could be 110% batshit crazy. Brett, you didn't want to apologize for saying that, did you? His lips quivered as he attempted to say something. When Holly let go, he held himself, unable to do anything to make his nipples not feel like a blowtorch had been placed on either side of them. I'm very, very sorry for the inappropriate words that I said. I won't do it again. Oh, sweet fucking buttfucker, I won't say it again. Tony was thinking of the precious time available, and how much of it they were pissing away, and really wanted to get moving. There was nothing ideal about staying here, and it was getting them nowhere fast. Ralph staggered to his feet, using what was left of his rational thoughts. He walked forward towards them, but only because they were in the way. The 3 remaining bite-free college students in their small, ever-dwindling group raised their makeshift weapons and stepped to the side when he didn't show any threat. Ralph tried to talk, but nothing he said was able to be understood. It just sounded like a jumble. Ralph half smiled as he used his one good foot to put on the railing and got up over it and let himself fall to his death. The echoes of his body slamming against different railings on the flights of stairs made a sickeningly clear, bone-breaking sound. The 3 watched as he fell. Brett tried to reach forward, to try and save him out of instinct, out of friendship. Tony put a hand on his chest, keeping him from going forward. You aren't going to save him, and he's giving you the easy way out. You need to let that happen. Brett knew he was right, but he still didn't like it. The sound of him thudding along the descent to the ground was enough to make Holly and Tony's already nauseous state worse. When the echoing of him hitting the last set of railings stopped, there was a sound that was even worse, if such a thing could be true. There was an insane number of steps coming their way. Holly asked, "When were you going to fill us in on your really bad idea?" "Right after we get out of this stairwell and back to my room," Tony said, beginning to get more nervous by the second. "Oh, great plan, honey. I assumed that you were talking about the room that has dead people inside of it who wanted to eat us?" Tony nodded. There wasn't any time to screw around, and he didn't want to waste any more of what they had so little of in the first place. Tony looked at the rail in his hands and knew if anything was going to work, it was going to be because of how he was taking care of himself. He pushed the door open, looking left and right. A wet, cold hand clenched onto his shoulder. Tony looked behind him, and all he could see was the open mouth and black tongue with pieces of skin hanging from in between its teeth. Tony tried to run, but whoever this was had a hell of a grip on him. Chapter 4. Mackenzie looked around as she drove. There were 0 streets which looked familiar, most likely because she had never been on one of them before in her life. She had nothing against the poor and did not ever treat them like they were lesser, because she didn't think that they were. She had some of them as patients. Everyone's life meant the same to her, the best to the worst. She did not go out of her way, though, to put herself in harm's way when it came to her free time. Emily was checking the rear view and side mirrors. Her paranoia was at an all-time high at the moment. She knew there'd be another zombie somewhere, but she didn't know when or how they'd come. Just that after the day she'd had, it would be a guarantee it would happen. Emily looked on the floor and in the glove box. "Emily, what are you doing? You're freaking me out. Quit being weird, okay? Sorry, but your car's incredibly too clean." Sorry? No, I was just thinking maybe you might have something here that we could use to protect ourselves. Michael keeps this thing so clean. He's pretty uptight about it. He isn't quite as bad about it since he got the motorcycle bug from Mike. I'm still not sure if it was a blessing or a curse. Emily quite enjoyed going out with Mike for rides, and did her best to not mention features on the bike which she would like too often, because her husband sat and looked at motorcycles every night anyways. She didn't want to help instigate a new bike if she could help it, at least until Tony finished his bachelor's degree. They didn't want to try too hard to see how much motorcycle debt that they could rack up. She just couldn't be happier that Mike had been strong-willed enough to hold off for the earlier part of their marriage. Emily said, "Yeah, Mike went the first 15 years of our marriage never waxing a single thing. Once he got that little first bike, I've never seen him detail something so much. I am glad he got the bigger one so I could go with him, but it still terrifies me to think about it. You aren't going to find anything in here to use as a weapon. Marin has her car seat, and there's probably a few bags full of Cheerios lodged into the back seat back there. Think, Emily, think. We can just stay in the car. We don't have to get out. We drive home, we go inside. We don't have to worry about going back out again. Or, at least, going back out again without our well-armed husbands. Okay, so we just drive, and we don't stop until we get to where we need to be. Sound good?" Mackenzie asked, already knowing her answer. "Yeah, that sounds as good as a glass of wine and yoga pants. Of course, what you're saying had been what I was originally contemplating when I started to drive off the main road, and that was just about when everything went to hell in a handbag. We aren't going to let that happen, but we need to figure out how to get out of this place. Do you still have your phone?" Mackenzie questioned. "Yeah, thank God. Or you wouldn't have ever found me. Type in our address, have it skip highways, and see what it tells us, please." Emily did so and set the phone down. "I've never seen so many different types of warnings in my life. There's nothing on here but warnings, crashes, and ways not to go. There isn't anywhere on here showing a route home. Like, nowhere. How can there be that many crashes?" Mackenzie thought of her ride just to get Emily. She had been barely able to make it out of there without any major issues. She drove down a street before she noticed that it was a cul-de-sac. When she turned around, the street was full of what looked to be a few dozen of the dead. Emily stared a second, trying not to freak out. Mackenzie questioned, "What the hell are we going to do?" "Drive right through them. Don't stop until you are free and clear. It's a freaking economy SUV Toyota. What do you expect to happen?" "My end goal is that you hit them hard enough that they fly to the side and they get out of our way, and after that we just keep on driving again," Emily said, almost questioning herself more than answering. "Right. And if that doesn't happen," Mackenzie replied, "it's a bridge we are going to have to cross when we come to it." "What does that mean?" Mackenzie asked. "That we are going to take it as it comes to us. There isn't too much more we can do. We need to hope for the best, because options at this point are limited." Mackenzie revved the engine, realizing that she had a 4-cylinder SUV. There wasn't a lot that it had to offer in the way of power, and she began to question every single thing about the vehicle, wondering if buying an all-steel car would have been a better choice. It didn't matter now. It was do or die, and she wasn't going to do the latter if she could avoid it. Mackenzie looked over to Emily and said, "Buckle up. You're going to need it, I think." Emily didn't hesitate, and after a second, nodded. Mackenzie punched the gas, putting the two of them back into their seats as she catapulted them forward. The mid-size SUV raced down the street. The dead showed no fear, because they had none. They raced towards the oncoming vehicle with no sort of unity. The dead spread out, and that gave the women hope, until one of the biggest women they had ever seen became visible. Emily just said, "Wow, don't run over her. That's a lot of woman. Christ!" Mackenzie saw that she was dead set in her way, of course. Mackenzie looked at the path, knowing she wasn't actually killing anyone, but she was still coming to terms with the things she was going to have to do, and the woman she might end up having to become. She swerved the SUV, picking a white trash yoga outfit with a blondish-purple streaked hairdo that was currently pointing out in 6 different directions. Mackenzie said, "There's our way out." Emily saw what they were swerving towards, and definitely agreed that it was the smart choice at the moment. When the woman got within 2 feet, she jumped up high enough so that when she connected, she landed on the hood. Mackenzie didn't see a pothole, but the SUV dipped down hard, and in a second, the zombie disappeared up and over her windshield. A loud thud hit the roof of the SUV, and Emily watched the rear view, seeing sparks coming from under the vehicle's carriage. Emily said, "There were a lot of sparks coming from the bottom. Probably nothing important under there, right?" Mackenzie knew that even though it was 100% her car, if this was any other day but today, Michael would probably flip some shit if she did that on accident. She felt, given the circumstances, he wouldn't be too worried about it. She would happily listen to him being a dad towards her if it meant she saw him and lived through the morning. As long as it is running, I'm going to call that a win. Hands slammed on the side of her windows as they passed through the mob of dead. Emily said, "Don't slow down. Just turn when we get past here." "Which way?" "Fuck me, I don't know. Left." "Are we even heading in the right direction?" Mackenzie yelled, frantic and feeling her heart pounding in unison in her head and chest. Emily looked down at her phone, seeing it said west, and when they turned, they would be going south, which would be the opposite direction than she needed to go. She didn't want to freak out Mackenzie, but if they continued going the wrong way, it wasn't going to do anything to help anyone. "It isn't, but we can take a left and another left and be going the right way again." "That's the nicest way anyone has ever told me I'm going the wrong way in my entire life." "Yelling at you about something that isn't your fault doesn't seem to make much sense. It also doesn't feel like it'll get us in any better of a position." "Sound thought process," Mackenzie mused. She turned left, feeling a moment of relief, until the first of 2 horrible things happened. Both girls wanted to curse and hit something when the words "dead end" practically screamed at them on the black and yellow sign. The two girls both moaned at the same time. It wasn't a good moan. This was filled with more information about how they felt than a million words could have ever described. "I'm so sorry. I just figured one of these damn streets would have an outlet to a road where we could make some progress," Emily said. "It's fine. It isn't your fault. But I just really hate everything about today right now. Oh, I feel ya. I'm so glad you came and got me, though. Sitting on top of that truck did very little for my peace of mind. I literally had no clue what I was going to do. And with Mike having all the kids at the house, I couldn't expect him to come for me. The first thing Michael said he did after the zombie chase happened in your backyard was see if there was a way for me to get you. He was losing his shit between you and Tony not being home. He was trying to organize getting all of that figured out on top of all those kids. Michael said that there was a lot of boarding up going on over there." Emily, who had laughed at him every time he had talked about having to survive a zombie apocalypse, realized that he very well might be one of the better people about surviving that there could be. He'd never gotten real big into the zombie craze outside of a few movies which he'd particularly thought were good. When The Walking Dead first aired, though, that was the beginning of a beautiful love for the dead. He'd been working on his first book, Buried, at the time, and he had told Emily that when he was done with it, that he was going to immediately begin a zombie series called The Orphans, but with, as he put it, scary, fast, and strong zombies. Everything The Walking Dead could or would be if it just had a few changes to it. He'd never had any doubt that it would be a hit, and he hadn't looked to see if there were zombie books yet. Something he thought that was absolutely hilarious when he finished it and found out there were thousands of books. His characters and storylines had gripped people's hearts, though. "You know, the millions of times that he joked about surviving a zombie apocalypse makes me wish I'd have been just a bit more supportive of his bullet buying. His thought process was always that they don't really go bad, and if they did, there was always the option of the casing still being good. I'm rambling, damn it. It's okay. It feels like a rambling kind of." The glass on the top of the windshield seemed to splinter out of nowhere. The two girls both jumped a foot in their seats. The white trash yoga woman from earlier had not actually gone up and over. She had just gone up. She brought her forehead down onto the glass this time, and the girls paid more attention. Her head split open and bled like a stuck pig, spraying and covering the entire windshield. Mackenzie thought this was now the worst thing that she had ever seen or endured in her life. She punched the brakes with both feet, and the SUV began to fishtail. The woman came forward, which is what Mackenzie had been hoping would happen. She punched the gas again, pushing the two of them into their seats, and the woman's spandex sports bra caught on the hood somehow, keeping her from going anywhere. She turned around, stretching the top until it snapped. Both girls gasped as the blood-covered, half-naked woman began smashing her fists and skull onto the window. Mackenzie tried to use her windshield wipers and fluid, but when she did, the stranger placed a hand onto it, surprising both girls that she was able to get something that quickly. She pulled it back until it snapped off the vehicle. It left a 6-inch black piece of plastic going forward, left, and right. Mackenzie tried slamming on the brakes again, and by now, the woman didn't have anything left to hold on to. She flew backward and onto the street. That feeling of hitting something fast and making you cringe was the last thing they were wondering about. A loud thud, sounding like they were going over a bouncing ball underneath the vehicle, had never sounded so good in either of their lives. She hit the windshield washer fluid again, hoping that it would clear her vision. The washer fluid covered her window, and the remaining wiper did a piss-poor job of getting the window clean. Both women screamed as the visibility got closer and closer to being able to see. Chapter 5. The Cars. Brent had his music blaring in the John Deere. Metallica fighting its way out of the small cab. The size of the room for the driver compared to that of the massive heavy-duty tractor made him question if any of the engineers really knew how long farmers stayed in the compact space. The fact that air conditioning had been installed in the work tractors did little to bruise his heart, and he would not trade space for air over anything. Today was not a day that air was needed. But he could remember every drop of sweat rolling down his back, and many more places than he cared to remember. Not every tractor had been air-conditioned, and that feeling of wanting to pass out and die had not been missed since he'd gotten this one. The land in front of him was bare. There had been endless rain, and it had made planting corn a difficult task. The ground was too wet. Each year in Iowa was a coin toss, and there was a reason why tractors came with headlights. Most city folks assumed that it was because of how early they had to rise for their profession. It wasn't often that people were out late enough to see farmers. Brent had been out on 24-hour stints. It was part of the job, and it was only a handful of times he'd needed to do that. Brent tapped his foot along with the machine gun-style guitar rhythm. He'd had a suit-and-tie job, and sitting in this cab sipping a cup of hot, strong Folgers couldn't be traded for anything in the world. Brent saw the radio lighting up and turned the music down. He missed whatever it was that they said and grabbed the walkie-talkie. He didn't know what they wanted. There was GPS on the tractor, and it wasn't like he was paid by the hour. He got paid for the job all in one. He sprayed the pesticides and made sure that if there was any work needing to be done on any of the equipment, it was taken care of. He hit the talk button, letting off the gas for a minute, and said, "This is Carr. What's going on?" The radio that came back was frantic and sounded insane. It basically came back as gibberish, because whatever was happening was apparently making someone freak the hell out. Brent looked around the field as if he was going to see something. The headquarters for the commercial farmland was a good 4 miles back. He hated wasting time, especially when the weather was cooperating. "You need to come back. We need your help. We need your help." "With what? What is going on, Rick? Christ, do you need me to plant a field and still do yours?" The radio was silent for a few minutes, and he was almost going to give up and turn it off and go back to work. The job was in no way the kind which was above harassing and teasing each other, the kind of place that practical jokes were never far off. The 4th of July was a season where there was no peacefulness. Those that wanted to try and get a non-farm field shit in before heading out were definitely susceptible to snaps under the toilet seats, guaranteed to push the shit right back up into your throat once they went off. The occasional firecracker being lit and tossed in was always great fun, and a bottle rocket to the ass was never pushing the line too far either. Those that were delicate wallflowers typically only lasted about 2 pay periods before they either got the boot or decided that regardless of how many people in the chain of management they tried to talk to, no one cared, and there was no safe place here. A knock came on his window, and he jumped. Karen was standing at the door looking like a crazy woman. Karen yelled as she opened the door to his cab. "Brent, are you fucking blind or stupid?" His dry sarcasm almost rarely ever missed a beat. He simply replied with, "Neither." "What is the ETA?" "ETA for what?" "I'm trying to see what Rick wanted. He said something and never came back after he said he needed help." "Rick? No, not Rick. Screw Rick. I'm talking about us, not them. We've been waving and throwing mud clumps at you for 5 minutes. You need to turn down that damn radio." "If it's too loud, you are too—" "No, you're old, because you need it loud to hear that shit blaring out of there. Would you look behind us? There's something wrong with James." "There's always something wrong with James. He's James, and he's a bit crazy. Those that dive a little too deep into their love affair with zombies can lose their shit." "He's a writer. It doesn't mean he's crazy." "Uh-huh. Because there's something different about crazy and a writer." "Okay, whatever. Would you fucking look?" Brent turned around to see James on the ground. James had looked like a bag of shit all morning, and most of them had told him that he should have called in sick. James had tried to play it off like he was okay, and that it was sweet of them to care about him. They'd told him their biggest concern was for their own health, not his well-being, because that was of little concern to anyone else. He'd stumbled his way up to the planter and belted in on his seat. Brent saw him slumped over and unresponsive. He'd never been a real tan fellow, which was always comical to him because they worked outside. A good majority of them had always had very nice tans, farmers' tans. The kind where with a shirt on you might question if they were all migrant workers, but once it got too hot or they got back to their air-conditioned cars, they'd lose the shirt to cool off for the ride home, and you could see that their awesome tans stopped at the edges of their shirt sleeves. All but Brian, who was the outdoorsy, in-shape type and didn't mind exercise that went beyond lifting a Busch light can up to his lips, doing 12-ounce curls, one drink at a time. Brian walked up to James, shaking him by the arm. Mark hit the release on the seatbelt and James fell forward, landing face first in a pile of good old Iowa dirt. He didn't so much as move an inch when he hit. He just lay there, lifeless and unresponsive. Mark couldn't help but choke on a laugh. It wasn't anything personal. It was just funny, and this was a stressful situation. It was just a coping mechanism. Brian gave Mark a stern eye fuck. "Are you kidding me? You couldn't have given me a little warning, like, hey, this 200-pound man is going to fall and you might want to support him? You know, because he's passed the fuck out. What in the hell is wrong with you?" "Well, I thought that he might just sit there and we could lower him down. That didn't go quite as I had expected," Mark replied sarcastically. "Christ, I hope that wasn't the end plan, you dipshit," Brian snapped. Sean seemed to be the cool, calm, and collected one here, and walked in between the two men, pushing them lightly and respectfully out of the way. He said, "Fighting is doing a lot of good for poor James here. Christ, what were you thinking? Really, how old are you and you still let your dick do all your thinking for you?" Karen whispered in the cab. "Holy shit, they just dropped James right on his head." "No, Mark dropped him. The other two were just there to take in the accident. It looked like it would have really hurt." "What the hell was he thinking?" Brent asked. He wasn't thinking, like at all. Or at least with the right head," Karen answered. Brent hit the button on his walkie-talkie. "Hey, this is Brent. We need someone to come out and get James. He passed out in his chair. He's either drunk or sick, but he's holding us up. We don't know what's wrong with him. What kind of ETA can you give us?" After a few seconds of Rick not answering, Brent looked to Karen. Karen yelled to Sean, who was leaning over, checking his pulse. His body looked like it went limp, or in this case, it was filled with unmatchable amounts of defeat. Sean shook his head no, and Mark, who was still attempting to get his composure back, got a sobering dose of reality. None of them were really best friends. They were more work friends. The type where if you got laid off or got a new job, you decided it was time to obtain new work friends at a new employer. But seeing someone so young lying covered in dirt and fresh seeds was a bit hard to believe. Mark looked up to the tractor, shook his head, and ran his hand across his neck, indicating he was gone. Karen screamed. "What the fuck do you mean that he's dead? He isn't dead. He just fell down. Did he kill himself on a rock?" Mark, who obviously was responsible for him falling down, immediately looked at his face. Other than a few fresh cuts showing through the dusty dirt grime on his face, he was fine. There were no rocks protruding from his skull. "He's drenched in sweat, but did not die from me unbuckling his damn belt. Idiot should have stayed home today if he's this—" Brian tapped his leg. "Dude, shut up. He's moving. His chest isn't moving, though." Mark felt some relief. Even though he knew he didn't kill him, he'd still felt horrible when he'd fallen down out of the seat. "What the hell do you mean he isn't moving?" "He's fat. That's why his chest isn't moving." Sean said, "No, that isn't why, and I think we should put your wife Tracy in for sainthood." "Blow me," was Mark's reply. Guy, shut up, please, my head hurts. James, are you okay, man? Can you hear me? Fuck, we thought you were a goner, Sean said, feeling relief. Although, unbeknownst to him, it would be a very temporary feeling. The three of them looked at each other and then at James, and that was when the remainder of their day, or for some of them, maybe, the remainder of their lives, would turn to absolute shit. They watched James's face turn almost bleached white, as purple veins looked like they were being painted onto his face. Before they could do anything, he was almost completely hued purple. James's eyes opened, and he looked directly at Sean standing over him and didn't hesitate for a second. He lunged up from his previous catatonic state and tried to grip onto Sean's leg. Sean just barely missed his fingers from grabbing his field cargo pants. Mark whispered to Brian, "I've never seen James move that fast." "Yeah, you have. The bee incident of 2018, if you remember," Brian asked. Mark did, and he smiled. It had been a damn hot day, and Brent's wife, Marcia, had seen what kind of weather her husband would be driving in. She had packed him the next cooler size up from his normal lunch cooler. It had been stacked with his normal lunch and driving snacks, but to the side of it were 12 ice cream sandwiches which had been put in the deep freeze and were just now getting to that point that you could try and bite into them without hurting your teeth. James had been so hot, filling the seed buckets and roasting under the Iowa sun mixed with the humidity, that he had gone nuts and was double-fisting the sandwiches, acting like they would be the last ones that he'd ever eat. It had not been a pretty sight, and James was the epitome of a wet mess. While the others might have too, they'd been smart enough to pay attention to the surroundings, and there was no shortage of bees that day. James had not seen one before taking a very large bite out of his ice cream sandwich. This did two things. First, it gave him an instant brain freeze, and second, the bite delivered a bee directly into his mouth. The bee, come to find out, was less than a fan of being eaten by a human. It had stung his tongue instantly, and they'd all found out that James had a bit of a bee allergy he suffered from. He screamed when he'd gotten stung in the tongue. It took less than just a few seconds before he'd screamed for help, which had been comical and a bit worrisome. The tractor did a whopping 4 or 5 miles per hour when going through the fields. They'd had to have a truck rush out there and pick him up. From that day on, they had decided keeping an EpiPen on hand was probably a smart idea. Man, I wish we had some ice cream sandwiches. I don't think I'd go out of my way, though, to get him an EpiPen. He's being all creepy and shit now, Mark said. Sean was going to say something in complete agreement with the creepy comment, but James spent about a millisecond after missing Sean's pant legs before leaping up to his feet. He didn't wait. There was no pause, and he jumped off his heel, diving for Sean with both hands. Sean just barely got to the side of him and avoided a full-on impact. James was able to grip onto his tan desert camo shirt and pull him off balance, and the two tumbled onto the ground. Sean rolled to the side, waiting until one of his spins put him on the ground face down, then stumbled to his feet much more gracefully than James. Sean ran around the back of the seed planter, trying to put some distance between them. James was not far off and was quickly gaining on him. Sean looked to Mark and Brian, who were trying to gauge where they should go, because both mainly unarmed men truly wanted to stay out of James's way. Sean realized on the ground that he was very much on his own. He did another lap around the planter and heard the diesel tractor come back to life. Just as Sean had completed one more lap around it, complete with a small hurdle so he could get over where the planter and the tractor connected with one another, Karen was going to ask what in the hell he was doing when, out of nowhere, Brent lurched the tractor forward just a foot as Sean cleared the planter. The metal planter got in front of James's deranged path, taking him out at the knees. When he landed, He went down hard, landing for the third time into the Iowa dirt. Karen screamed, "Keep him down! Don't let him back up, you guys! Keep him down! Please, for the love of God, don't let him back up!" Sean screamed at the top of his lungs. Neither Mark nor Brian thought that this was a great idea, but there weren't any blueprints to go by, and there wasn't anything that they could do about it at this moment. Mark and Brian stared at each other, but they both seemed to know he wouldn't stay down for too long. He rolled over onto his back and started to attempt to get up. Brian and Mark leapt on him, knocking him back to the ground, and put all of their weight on him. James couldn't make any sounds that made sense. He growled and screamed, but that was the most that he was capable of doing for communication at the moment. He kicked and pulled, trying to get back to his feet, or whatever it would take to go after one of the 3 meals racing around. He didn't care which it was. All he could think of was the flesh he'd never tasted before. His want for it was maddening and all-consuming. Mark and Brian were both trying to hold him still. Each of them held James by the arms while Sean tried to see what in the hell was going on with him. He clapped his hands as James convulsed on the ground. Mark and Brian, who were both towering men over James's height, screamed at Sean. They had to use all the strength they could muster to keep him still. Their typical days were sitting on a seed planter and switching out the seed each time a section of the planting, at 2 or 3 miles per hour, was halted. Mark yelled through gritted teeth, "What are you doing, Sean? Why don't you do something? Help him!" "I'm not a fucking doctor. You know that, right? I deal in seeds. You know this because a human doctor would be a real dipshit if they spent their free time planting seeds for fun." Mark nodded to the planter and pointed at the connection bar. He said, "Why don't you grab that bar?" "How in the hell is that going to help him?" Sean questioned. "It is going to help someone. It is going to help us. We are going to knock him the fuck out with it," Mark yelled. Sean walked around in front of the two, still struggling to keep the now furious James on the ground where he couldn't hurt anyone. "How in God's name are we going to hit him? It is James, damn it! Please, we can't hit him. What are we going to do after that?" Brian slipped and jumped forward, putting all of what weight he had to offer onto James's arm. He growled and yelled, but it wasn't enough at the moment, and Brian held him in place, fighting for him to stay still. Brian was all on board with striking him. He had never seen someone this angry before. It was pure insanity. For the first time since this started, he realized that this might be an uncontained thing. He instantly thought of his kids and wife. Brent fumbled, feeling his pockets and trying to find his cell phone. With the vibrating from the tractor, he'd not even felt it going off. Marcia never contacted him during the day, because she knew that he kept his eyes on the prize. He also hated his phone, and did as little as absolutely possible with it. Chapter 6. Marcia sat at the desk, waiting for the CEO to be quiet. Her phone had been buzzing in her pocket for the better part of the last half an hour. Mr. Phillips, as kind as he was, would lose his shit each and every time that someone looked at their phone when he was talking. It wasn't anything he took personally. It was just something he felt violent about. He'd come up during a time that he had to check in with his foreman on a CB. Marcia waited until he finished and said, "Yes, sir, we are going to have the building moving forward by the end of next week. The final building permits came through yesterday, but Janet hadn't gotten them in the system." "Wait, so what am I yelling about? Has already gotten accomplished and we don't have anything else to worry about? Is that what you were saying, Marcia?" Marcia was taking a drink of her coffee and said, "Yeah, that's about right, Mr. Phillips." "Then what in Sam hell are we doing here?" "Sir, that is the only question we don't have solved here today." Mr. Phillips grabbed his stack of folders, turned on his heel, and headed out of the room. The staff of 7, who were in charge of the hundreds of men and women who took care of the building, looked on, waiting for a thumbs up to leave the room. Phillips's second-in-command, Newbury, finally said, "Okay, he's gone. The boss is happy, so what else do we need to get done to appease him and make sure he isn't pissed off for the next week's meeting?" The door in the quiet room rumbled, followed by a scream. The scream of a CEO having something horrible done to him. Everyone jumped a foot in their seats. Newbury yelled, "What in the hell is that?" Marcia stood up. She didn't know what it was, but in 5 years of working here, not once had she even seen or heard anything that made her so much as flinch. She'd wanted to strangle more than one man hell-bent on being right, regardless of what proof and research they had been provided with. Newbury walked up close to the door. He put an ear up next to it, just as both conference doors came breaking down. The doors opened outward, per fire code laws, and all she could see was the smashing of the wood as it seemed to implode, sending pieces everywhere. There was no way out of the room. The only exit was currently being blocked by 6 construction workers, one of whom was busy ripping the jugular out of Mr. Phillips's throat. The boss's eyes connected with Marcia's, and even after having 2 kids, she still didn't think she had ever experienced the kind of pain he was currently experiencing. Each of the 6 men wore the same yellow work shirts, which were soaked with blood and nearly shredded. You could see the space in the rips where it looked like they had been the ones who had been bleeding, and a lot of that blood very well could have been their own. The blood in their beards and spread across their bare chins was definitely someone else's, she thought. That thought was fueled by the fact that one of the blood-soaked workers was a guy she had known since she started at the company, and he was by far one of the kindest construction workers, or any type of human for that matter, she'd ever met. He looked normal from behind, but when he turned around was covered with blood and flesh dangling from his mouth as he chewed greedily. The 5 who were not getting a piece, literally, of the boss were fighting, smashing, punching, kicking, anything that they could do to try and get the door out of their way. The meals that were frantically trying to think of a way out were drawing all of the dead's attention. Marcia thought of the few construction guys she had seen earlier, and in no way could she remember a time when any of them had appeared to be purple. She looked around the room, and the options, which both sucked, were fighting, which meant going up against 5 200-plus 6-foot-tall men who worked with tools in their hands for a living. The second option, hiding, seemed to be about the only real option. When the purple workers got the wood out of their way, the small group wasted 0 amounts of time running into the room. Newbury tried to be courageous and yelled, "There's 7 of us! We can take them!" Marcia, under almost any other circumstances in life, would have begun to laugh, but this was not the time. She realized this very well might be her last few minutes on Earth, and all she could think about was if Rylan and Haley were safe, followed by her husband, Brent. This was fucked up beyond all belief, and she didn't have a clue how to get out of here alive. When the dead were through the door, they began growling and screaming at the sight of all the heavily breathing staff dying or wanting not to die to get out of this room. The idea of dying at work for any of them, regardless of if they liked their jobs or not, was definitely the worst thing they could think of. 3 of the men whom Marcia could only assume were just as delusional as Newbury obviously was, looked frantically around the room as quickly as possible, trying to find a weapon. There wasn't anything, because there was nothing in a conference room meant to try and survive a purple zombie apocalypse. Marcia decided that flight would be the best thing to do, right after a quick hide. She ducked beneath the table and saw the 2 other women were sitting beneath it as well. She tried to think that maybe she should be with the 4 men, but at no time did they say anything about risking their lives to protect the little women. They just wanted to get past these construction workers, and she realized that meant any who didn't chase those men fleeing for their lives would be left in the room. If they all stayed, There'd be 2 guys for each of the girls, and shit would hit the fan hardcore. Newbury picked up one of the office chairs. It was not going to be a pleasant interaction. There wasn't a lot of room for give here. They'd have one chance to get past them, and only one. Newbury waited a millisecond before rushing toward the men. He had the chair legs facing out toward the dead. The idea went to shit very quickly. Newbury had not missed any offered free steak dinners in his life. First as a worker, then a foreman, a supervisor, and now to number 2 in the company. The only way to go any higher would be if he bought the company or began a company of his own. He had enough weight to force one skinny construction worker back, but the others didn't fan out, and they all bum-rushed him. Newbury pushed him backwards off his feet. He landed on the table, and the one stuck in the chair fell to the side. Newbury was a buffet for the taking, and they took. He screamed as 3 of them tore into his stomach and thighs. He knew he'd never felt pain like this. The only thing that made it worse was when the 4th, still empty-mouthed zombie looked down at his giant, vein-filled, fatty nose. It wrapped its mouth around the nose, clenching down hard, and the scream he had first was no longer the loudest thing any of them had ever heard. It pushed down on his forehead, gripping his head to use it as leverage to pull the nose from his face. When he could not get it to rip loose, he dug in both thumbs, really giving it all that he could, into his eye sockets. Blood began to pour from his nose and eye sockets as it slowly began to give way. He felt his eyes caving in, and at the moment would have been content to die. There was no death, though. Not one which was going to stay that way. Nothing permanent. The dead who was chewing on his nose pulled so hard, pushing up with its legs, that it flew backwards as the nose finally gave way. Marcia and the other 2 screamed through clenched fingers, covering their mouths, with the exception of Betty. She was covering her eyes and didn't see the blood-soaked construction worker fall down at the end of the table. Marcia looked around the floor and saw nothing helpful. Shocker. A yellow number 2 pencil seemed to be screaming at her. She could not have been less excited about the John Wick 2 movie her husband Brent had proudly rented the week before. He tried to sell it to her as a gun porn action movie. She thought if you took the gun and porn and action out of movie, they might be on the path to something great. Of course, they would have had to add some dialogue at some point. She had been a bit amazed how violent it was. The original hadn't been nearly as bad, and she had not expected a whole lot more from the sequel. The thing she had not expected was when he'd killed a few people with a pencil or pen. She couldn't remember which at the moment, but she was hopeful it was a pencil, because that was all she had at her disposal. The zombie who'd just fallen on the floor and was still chewing on its prize of a bloody, vein-filled purplish nose was deadlocked on the 3 women. Marcia scrambled over to the pencil. The dead came straight for Betty, who was hiding in the fetal position. Marcia spun around and kicked him with both feet. He lost his balance, sending him in a bear crawl forward, face first into one of the table's heavy legs. It snapped its head up and looked left. Betty was no longer of any concern to him, for the moment at least. Now he wanted Marcia, and only Marcia. She looked around, trying to think of any last-ditch effort. The gung-ho men, who'd been ready to fight, were all lying lifeless on the floor, each of them a meal, and she could almost see them turning purple by the second. They would soon look to see her, Betty, and Mary hiding under the table. She needed to either get out of this room and to her office, or somewhere that had a window to get outside. Somewhere she wasn't 100% convinced was going to be any better. She screamed when he rushed her. Marcia back-crawled, trying to get away, but a hand took her by the shoulder. She hoped it was someone that could offer the ill-equipped group some assistance. Her question was answered when the hand moved to her neck and was soaking wet, sending cold shivers down her spine. immediately covering her with goosebumps. She twisted her head to see one of the dead bending its elbow to try and attempt to pull her out from under the table. She bucked and kicked until his wet hand lost its grip on her deeply tanned neck, courtesy of Rylan and Haley's ball games, which could be triple headers, something she, as a business manager, could never understand. If everyone played 1/3 less games, wouldn't it A, give everyone a chance to have a life in the summer, of all times, and B, give the kids a chance to be kids? These were kids 3 or 4 years out of diapers. She had never understood it, but would never complain about it. The small town she grew up in did not leave her opportunities to be able to do as many extracurricular activities as her kids could. They put them first at all times and sacrificed their summers for them. Marcia scrambled forward quickly and yelled, "John Wick, motherfucker!" She aimed directly for its eyeball and realized that there must have been some training that came with John Wick's skills. She could not have done a worse job of missing the eyeball. The number 2 pencil hit an inch above his eye and into his forehead, stopping just past the skin. The pencil snapped in 2 pieces off its head. It didn't scream from the pencil. There was no pain felt, only anger and hunger. The pencil snapped off its head and only a piece remained in her hand. It lunged towards her with a wide-open mouth. She took the small pencil, or what was left of it, and shoved it into the zombie's open mouth. It tried taking a bite of her finger, but she'd lodged the small pencil into its mouth far enough that it couldn't close its mouth around her hand. Marcia took a short breath mixed with a fist pump and let out a breath of momentary relief. Betty opened her eyes for a millisecond. She saw the zombie unable to close its mouth and smiled, looking like she was feeling some relief. Marcia said, "We're going to be all right. We're going to be okay. I promise." Mary nodded, trying to tell herself the same thing and to believe it. She yelled, "Yeah, Betty, we are going to be fine." Marcia tried to think of what was next, and that answer was given to her immediately. 2 sets of hands came from nowhere. Betty and Mary tried to jump and move away, but both the hands took hold of their blouses, and they slid back on the smooth wood floor. Marcia crawled forward to try to help them, still avoiding Pencil-Mouth Zombie. She covered her own mouth, trying to mute her scream, when the dead bit into Betty's shoulder and Mary's neck. Blood sprayed out in front of them, hitting Marcia in the face and covering her white shirt. She froze, watching her 2 friends being eaten alive, literally. They screamed, or at least Betty did. Mary's scream went out the moment her vocal cords and windpipe were ripped out of the center of her throat. She clenched at the blood pouring from her neck, but the dead wouldn't let go of her. Mary tried to kick free until her eyes began to roll into the back of her head, and she was gone. Temporarily, of course. The 2 women began shaking on the floor. A second later, their feeders quit, and instead of 2 threats next to the table, she now was going to have 4. Betty's kind eyes went dark, and her demeanor turned violent and rampant with hunger almost as quickly as her skin went pale, and then into a lavender tint. She lunged forward, crawling after Marcia as fast as she could. Marcia used both feet to kick her in the center of the face before the other 3 came after her. Mary crawled around Betty, and with the neck muscles torn from Mary's neck, she didn't have the ligaments or strength needed to keep her head up or still. Her neck hanging down and to the side made her look even creepier, if such a thing was possible. She was biting at air, trying to get anything that she could. The clicking of her teeth was almost stomach-turning. Marcia did not wait around for Rubberneck Mary to get any closer. She decided that now was the time to get the fuck out of Dodge, and to do so quickly. She crawled as quickly as she could out from under the table, wishing she'd have gone for a pair of pants over a skirt, And a set of running shoes, or even loafers, would be a million times better than high heels. She looked at the shattered glass and door and knew that she needed to keep them on, regardless of their uselessness at the moment. The heels' biggest contribution would be keeping glass out of her feet. When she got out from under the table, there was a slew of zombies, and the 2 workers left out of the small human army had their current dance card filled with bleeding and feeding a hungry zombie construction worker. Marcia dived through the doorway, tucking and hitting hard. Whatever graceful idea she'd planned had only ended up in pain and glass shards in her palms. She did her best not to scream, as it would do nothing to help the situation. As well, she didn't want to do anything else to further grab the attention of the dead, who were already looking around, trying to find their newest meal. Marcia looked down the hallway towards her office. It appeared to be what any normal day would look like, if you didn't count the broken door half in the hallway and Kindra, her secretary, or who she thought was Kindra, lying in the hall. She'd seen the woman a million times, but never, not once, had she needed to imagine what Kindra would look like decapitated, and not in the clean sliced off with a ninja sword type of way, which wouldn't really be any better. No, she'd had her head gnawed on for a minute, and when she realized that could have been her, she knew it was time to get out of the building just as quickly as she could. Marcia kicked off her heels, deciding she'd do what she needed to so she could move faster. The door to the outside was on the opposite end of the building. There was a fire exit closer, but it would let off an ungodly siren that would surely, she thought, draw all of the dead's attention. That idea didn't actually suck. Marcia looked around the hallway. Weapons? None. Help? 1. Chances of surviving and making it to her SUV? Pretty fucking slim, she thought. She ran down to the end of the hall, wishing she'd not have looked down into some of the open office doors, usually where you'd see co-workers sitting atop of each other's desks and chatting politely about projects or who was to win the game this weekend, were now drastically different scenes. Men and women who usually were sitting behind a desk were now a piece of meat, and the desk was now a makeshift dining table. There was nothing any of them could do, and very soon, she thought, she would be running from them as well. Marcia didn't waste any extra time. She ran up, pushing the door open, and the alarm didn't hesitate in beginning to echo. It was not lost by the dead in the building. Rubberneck Mary growled as she ran straight for Marcia, both hands out and not able to see where she was going, but for every 3 or 4 steps when her head popped up from the motion. She dived towards Marcia, who looked like a matador as she stepped to the side, grabbed the rear of her head, and ran her straight into the metal fire exit door. She growled even longer, trying to get up, but her neck had finally fully snapped. She tried to get up, but was paralyzed. Marcia didn't waste any further time and started running for her office. As she ran, she felt like she was in one of those movies where poison darts were shooting out of the walls at the movie star, but in this case, it was simply pairs of hands covered in blood, reaching out and trying to grab her. The theme song to Indiana Jones rang in her head. She felt them getting closer, until the final sets of hands went across her bare shoulders and moved into her hair. They each caught a small handful of her hair in their fingers and yanked back on it from both sides. Marcia screamed, "Fuck me, god damn it!" Tears filled her eyes right before she ducked into her office. She slammed the door closed and shoved a chair beneath it. There were no locks on the doors. The good majority of the time, it was an open-door policy, and it meant no one ever had their doors closed. She looked around her office. There wasn't a lot going on in here that was going to be helpful. Her desk phone, though, did seem to look like it was the brightest thing in the room, and that it might have a blaring light coming from it. Marcia lunged for it, hearing a dial tone, and thought that at least it was a good first sign. She She punched in 911 on the phone and pulled her purse out. She jumped each time there was a shadow on the other side of the smoked glass door. A scream from the hallway came out of nowhere, and a bloody hand slammed onto her door. It slid down the door, leaving a crimson-red streak. There wasn't anything which she could do for that person. She yelled when the other person had, and after a few minutes of feeding and biting, there were now 2 people trying to get into the door. The fact that she had dialed the phone had escaped her. She didn't realize it until she heard the busy signal coming from a line that she didn't ever think was possible to be busy. The hands smashing at the door finally gave way, and they were able to push their way in. Marcia cursed the round-legged chair that did nothing to save her life in any way. She also realized she wasn't going back out that door, and that she was currently screwed if she didn't think of something. She looked at the window in her office. It was just 1 foot by 2 foot wide, located at the top of her room. She looked down at her waist, trying to do some honest thinking for just a moment. She figured at this time she didn't have any other options. There were probably plenty of places to hide, but now that she'd trapped herself in between the door and these zombies, there would be nowhere for her to attempt to go. Marcia got her cell phone, and as she was still holding the phone, realized how stupid she was feeling at the moment. There was a good chance, she thought, that calling 911 from her own cell phone would have yielded the exact same results. She would have been on the move to live, or to at least increase her opportunities of exits from this building. Marcia tucked the phone in her bra, not taking the time to check it. She pushed her chair over near the edge of the wall and jumped up on it. She realized she'd fit through the window, but she was going to need to reach the fucking thing. Fuck me, really? Do we really need windows this high? Do they not realize the criminals own something called a ladder? The screams on the other side of the door advised her that if she wanted to make this her final day on Earth living, that she should keep complaining and not go back to the fight or flight privilege that she had going for her at the moment. She got behind the desk, being careful to not get in the way of the dead's hands reaching through the doorway. She pushed until the cheap desk smashed against the wall, and then pushed the desk in front of the door as well. She lifted up her chair, slamming it on the desk, and fumbled her way up onto the desk. She saw a pair of New Balance shoes she kept for walking on lunch break, and grabbed those, pushing into them and feeling like her arsenal of awesomeness had just gotten a few points better. The slamming at the door finally completely opened, but it wasn't enough for them to slide through it. She watched the door as she fumbled at the window latch, trying to get it open. The pounding at the glass got even worse, as they decided their head wasn't doing anything to get them inside any faster, and they both began to use their heads as makeshift battering rams. She watched in fear as the glass slowly began to crack, and once that spiderweb started, it was the end of the smoked glass. It was only a matter of seconds before it finally shattered. Marcia started pulling herself up, trying to remember the last time she'd done a pull-up. High school seemed to be the only time she could remember. The fire burning through her arms and down her stomach from the power needed but not quite there was unbelievable. She finally got some momentum and started to pull herself up, slowly but surely, so long as her arms didn't give out, coupled with her grip, of course. She looked one last time, seeing the woman who'd just been taken was pushing in through the broken glass, and it made her look even more scary as the razor-edged shards of glass started peeling the skin on her cheeks and neck back. The skin began to tear, and when Marcia didn't think this could look any worse, she changed her mind. There was only anger and want in their eyes, a want with only one goal: to feed. Even as the skin tore from her face, she never faltered in wanting to get through the door or to take her eyes off of Marcia, her meal. The horrible things happening to her face didn't change her expression, since the woman felt no pain. Any question about getting out of this room any other way besides that window was now answered. The female zombie wasn't going to make it through, and the zombie behind her pulled her back, or tried to, as the skin was still in the glass. When he couldn't get her out of his way, he decided she'd work just fine as a ladder. He put a hand on her shoulder, squeezing tightly, and pulled himself up until he was atop her back. He used a knee to crawl across, and Marcia was horrified, watching the glass pierce her skin and leave a pool of fresh blood at the bottom of her now broken door. Marcia jumped, holding on to the ledge of the window. She felt like every muscle in her body was on fire and screaming at the same time. She thought if doing a pull-up meant it would save her, and if she didn't, meant that she very well might be dying right now and here. The screams coming from behind her motivated her to pull with everything she could, and when she felt a hand on her leg, an adrenaline rush like no other she had ever felt before rushed through her entire body. She snapped her leg back towards where she could only guess and hope its face would be. A crunching noise came from beneath her heel, and there was no shortage of happy endorphins racing and rushing through her body. Marcia pulled, ignoring the strain until she was half in and half out. As she pushed up, she kicked the chair back and felt satisfaction in knowing it was not going to be used as a stepping stool to follow her. Marcia looked at the ground below. She hadn't realized or thought of the fact that the very high hole she had just climbed through to her freedom now seemed to be a very large fall, and she was going to have the added benefit of being face first as she fell to the ground. She heard a nail gun firing off like it was on full auto. She scanned the grounds, temporarily forgetting about her future fall. She saw Javier and Mario standing with their backs up against a work truck. Javier had a nail gun plugged into an air hose that she could only assume was attached to the compressor tank in the back of the pickup truck. He looked wild-eyed as he was taking the gun left, then right. He didn't seem to know what to do, which didn't surprise her, because how could he? Javier saw Marcia and smiled for a second. The thought that there was another human alive right now besides himself and Mario seemed to do a lot of good for his heart. He motioned for her to come over. He watched her wiggle left and right, sliding out until she was past her hips and the point of no return. She did a sign of the cross as she slid fully out, and her downward momentum took her to the ground, solving every question she'd been dreading the last few minutes. Yes, it hurt to fall down. No, she was not Catwoman. And yes, when you fall out of a window and put your hands out to catch yourself, that yes, you would break the shit out of your wrist. And yes, it was going to hurt, and no, I hadn't planned on the wrist breaking and snapping through the skin. Marcia crumpled on the ground. She took her wrist in her good hand and cradled it. She knew she couldn't sit here for long without it wasting invaluable seconds, the amount of time which she didn't have to spend. She let her broken wrist fall down and screamed. Javier was screaming and pointing to her to get over to them. She nodded, scrambling up and glad she'd put the shoes on her feet now. Marcia staggered to them, unable to run from the pain. Javier held up the gun, never stopping firing. All of the people racing towards her, and the two of them, were construction crewmen she'd seen 1,000,000 times before, who waved to her as she did them each time she came to work in the morning. Typical days for them started at 6, when they had new projects to see to, and she couldn't make it until 7:30 usually, because she waited for her son and daughter to get onto the Ankeny school bus. Today had been a rarity, but she'd let them leave to walk up the street before, and today, if it hadn't been the end of the world, would have been no different than any other day before it. Mario's hands were white-knuckled, or would be, had they not been so deeply tanned. His face was glistening, with the sun almost twinkling off his skin. He had a 3-foot bar, swinging it at those racing towards him. When they got close enough, he tried to double-tap them with the bar. When there was a gap, Marcia made a run for it, cradling her arm. When she was within a few feet, she skidded to a stop, falling to her knees. Marcia wanted to scream that they needed to watch out. Mario saw the look on her face and paused for a second. Javier saw her also and looked around, everywhere but behind the two of them. Marcia watched in terror as one of the dead stood over the two men. The clouds moved just enough to expose the sun. A long shadow stretched across the ground in front of them. Mario, who was trying his absolute best to keep up his end of the slaying, saw the stretched shadow. He turned around just in time to see a 300-pound man swan diving towards the three of them. Mario tried to raise his weapon in time, but it wasn't enough, and it was too late. The behemoth man knocked him backward and off balance. The pipe ended up being a crippling weapon towards himself. It crushed his chest and ribs, and his screams filled the lot. Javier put the gun up next to the back of its head. When it came up a second later, Javier was waiting, and when his head touched the rear of the gun, he fired off 2 shots in succession. Javier yelled, "Mario! Mario! Are you all right? Are you okay?" The man collapsed on top of Mario, who was fighting to get up. Javier wanted to push the man off, but there was no time to do so. Javier kept shooting the gun, wanting Marcia to get over to him. Mario screamed in agony. There would be no relief outside of his temporary death for the doomed man. Marcia got up next to Mario and realized she wouldn't be moving the behemoth of a man without some assistance, especially with her wrist. Javier thrust the gun into her hands. She tried to hold it with both hands and screamed when her muscles moved in her broken hand. Javier wasted no time pushing the man off of Mario, but realized he'd committed too soon to his idea, and when she couldn't hold the gun up for more than a shot or two, he knew it was going to shit quickly. Javier pushed the man off of Mario. The problem with the giant man covering him was that he'd not seen the changes Mario had been experiencing. Javier was concerned when he saw his friend's face torn down the side. He put a handkerchief up next to it and tried to put pressure on the wound. The wound was no longer of any importance, but Javier didn't realize that until it was too late. He tried to jump back, but Mario brought both hands up onto Javier's flannel shirt and gripped it tight. He tried to pull back, but Mario wasn't a small man and had a tight-as-hell grip on him. Javier yelled, "Marcia, shoot him! Shoot the son of a bitch! I was trying to help you, you bastard!" Marcia aimed the gun, but there wasn't anywhere to aim it. He had an impossible situation ahead of him. Marcia was freaking out, trying to shoot everything coming at them. She couldn't hold the gun up for more than a second or two before having to lower it, and the dead were finding the noise to be quite attractive, especially when they saw the 2 warm meals in front of them. Javier had his hands on Mario's shoulders, trying to keep his mouth away from his body. Marcia screamed, "What the hell do you want me to do? Shoot you? You are in the way! I thought that there was room. I thought you had room to shoot. There are dead coming from everywhere. I don't know what to do." "I don't know either," Marcia screamed. Javier was trying to think about what he could tell her to do. There wasn't anything she could do, and continue to try and shoot those that were coming their way. He knew he should tell her to make a run for it, but didn't want to because he knew that he would die, at least die temporarily. Javier said, "Shoot me! Get in the truck! Lock the door and get out of here!" Marcia looked at the nail gun in her hand. There were a lot of the dead coming. She hovered the gun over the back of Javier's head, and for the life of her, she couldn't make herself do anything to pull the trigger. Marcia put the gun on full auto, got down on a knee, steadying the gun for a second on her knee, and let it unleash on full auto. She ran the nail gun until it went empty. The dead, running for her, crashed to the ground, all of the nails buried into their kneecaps and thighs. Marcia felt a second of relief before she realized the dead weren't dead, but at least immobile at the moment. They began to army crawl, unable to use their legs for much else than something to drag behind them. She looked at the tools falling out of Javier's belt and dropped the nail gun in place of a screwdriver. Mario was still fighting to eat Javier. She scrambled over to the two men and with her good hand brought up a flat-tip screwdriver. She lunged it into his skull as hard as she could, and this time did not miss the eyeball, which she'd so horribly missed earlier. The screwdriver buried itself into his eye and didn't stop until her fist hit his cheekbone. Mario fell back down onto the ground, no longer moving, or fighting, or attempting to eat Javier's face. She let go, and her hand was shaking, the throbbing in her wrist going unnoticed because of the adrenaline racing through her body. Javier put a hand on her shoulder, and she jumped a foot. He broke the tunnel vision she'd been stuck in, unable to break her sight focused on Mario and the stream of blood coming from his purple face. She brought up the nail gun that was next to her, pointing it at him, until she realized that it was still empty, and he was still human. "Thank you, Marcia, for not shooting me in the head. I couldn't think of anything else. What's our plan now?" "We get the hell out of here," she barked as she got up to her feet. The pain in her wrist came back as the high dissipated from her adrenaline. She felt a feeling all at once, and everything from her coffee to her egg whites at home to Mary's surprise bagels all came up at once. It wasn't as thin of a puke as she would have wanted it to be, but what do you do? When God gives you lemons, you make lemonade. She covered the side of the white truck with it. Javier started to dry heave as he wasn't able to stand the sight in front of him. Marcia put a hand up onto the top of the truck bed, wiping at her mouth and trying not to hear the horrible sounds coming from Javier. She looked down to see bloody hands clutching at her legs. Marcia jumped, kicking at them. Javier did the same, but he was a moment too late. The hands got both of his ankles by the jeans pant cuff and pulled him backward and off balance. His arms waved in the air as he did everything in his power to not fall backward. Everything he did in vain, and he screamed as he watched the clouds overhead come into his vision. The peaceful blue skies were quickly infiltrated by open, bloody mouths blocking the beauty of the sky overhead. Javier screamed as they focused on his cheeks, his nose, and his chin, each of them biting for a meal. They pulled and ground their teeth until the skin broke and tore away, leaving him looking like a rotting corpse. Javier did what he could to try and fight them off, but it was too little, too late, and his fate was sealed. Marcia screamed as she watched him fall down to the ground, his face and abdomen becoming a feeding ground for the newly purplish dead. The two locked eyes for a second, and his dark brown eyes were full of a fear that she hoped she would never have to feel for herself. Marcia backed up, keeping herself away from those who were not already feeding on Javier and were trying to go after Marcia. She knew there wasn't anything left for her here, not today, and from the current state and looks of things, it could be a forever thing. Retiring just shy of your 45th birthday wasn't too damn shabby, she thought. They, of course, were missing a few $1 million in retirement money, which would probably be a deal-breaker to really stay retired. After Javier screamed one more time, she snapped to and got the door to the truck open. She put her feet up just as fast as she could. All of the crippled zombies were much less of a threat. All but Javier. Marcia got a very clear lesson. If Javier ever had known her, been a kind, waving worker passing by when she entered the lot each morning as they headed out, all of that Javier was now dead. Very dead. Marcia screamed when Javier came up to the window. She looked at his face. The blood vessels were as if they'd all exploded. His normally tan skin had gone pale and turned purple. Javier stared at her, slamming his hands onto the window, his eyes insane with rage. She watched him for a second, unsure if moving was the right move, or if he'd leave if she stayed still. After less than a few seconds, her answer became transparently clear. Javier's bloody hands streaked down the window as he brought them down. He stared at the glass, not looking like he understood what it was, what it did. He looked calm for only a moment. Marcia watched him while she was feeling the steering column for the keys, for her way out of here. There was nothing there. No jingle. No keys. She felt a lone tear start to make its way down her cheek, leaving a clean streak from the dust stuck to her face. Javier backed up a foot, ignoring the fact that he had two perfectly good fists with which he could use to smash the window or open the door. He brought his face in at a bone-crushing speed, smashing his nose and forehead onto the driver's side window. His purple nose exploded down the middle, splitting the skin open and shooting blood all over the window. Marcia jumped, wiping at her face, and knew this wasn't the time that she needed to or was able to lose her shit. She looked frantically for a set of keys in the truck. When she didn't see anything anywhere, she decided it was time to either get out of the pickup or figure something else out. Javier sped that process up when his third hit onto the glass splintered it. Marcia, who knew time was of the essence and now had a fire large enough to take a forest out burning under her ass, she searched the floor, and just as she was close to the verge of giving up, hit her head on the steering wheel, praying for some idea to magically come from nowhere. A thud struck her in the back of the head, and it hurt. She felt behind her head. The riveted feel of a key's familiarity told her God was going to try and get her through this day. Marcia sat up, looking at the key. She tried everything that looked like a pickup key, and when she finally found the right one, she was already starting to push the gas pedal. The giant V8 came to life, and she shifted the Silverado extended cab into gear. On his final strike before the truck moved, Javier finally broke through the truck's glass. Javier lunged inside of the truck, pulling her blouse and slamming Marcia's head against the side of the truck cab. She could feel the blood starting to come down the side of her face. She slapped at his hands, but wasn't getting anywhere fast. He eventually pulled so hard that he got the blouse and tore it away, leaving her feeling embarrassed and awkward in only a bra. It was not thick enough to calm her nerves about that being her only clothing waist up. She looked around as she drove away. Javier was still in pursuit behind her. She raced out of the parking lot, punching the gas harder. A Prius with a man who could not have looked more terrified crossed in front of her path. The small plastic car was not much of a match for the Chevy. She didn't have time to react and rode right through, catching the rear of the small car. She'd been going 40 miles an hour and was not used to the V8 power of a big block truck. The rear of the car spun immediately, doing a 180 and slamming it right into the light pole. The pole was made to move if struck, and it performed as it should when the car smashed into it. The glass in the car shattered, and the airbag deployed. Marcia stopped to see if he was all right, but any questions of helping the man were set to rest when Javier flew like zombie Superman through the broken Prius window, and the man who was trapped between the airbag and seatbelt had nowhere left to go. Javier got the meal he'd wanted and made the carnivorous, blood-hungry feeling dissipate, if only for a second. Marcia looked around the empty streets, thinking if that car had been a second later, it would just be rolling down the street, and he'd still be alive and terrified for his life. She fumbled with her phone, swiping and doing her entry code. M for Marcia, something no one would ever figure out, she thought. She frantically started to try and call Brent, with no luck. She was trying to think, but her head was going 1,000,000 miles a minute. There was no answer, and she wished her kids were just a few years older, because they'd discussed that they were too young to need phones, and because of that, had no way to reach them. She knew they would have walked up the street, and that she'd be able to get a message from Emily, who worked from home 99% of the time. She hit Emily's face on her contacts and waited. Chapter 7. Emily did the only thing which was an option at the moment to regain their visibility. She rolled the window down and stuck her head out. She screamed back to Mackenzie, but it was too little too late. Mackenzie caught no more of a shadow than an actual visual of it. The giant woman from earlier was standing right in their way. They'd felt taking a redneck tweaker-looking woman who was thin enough you could see through her out was easy enough. When their only way out was blocked by an ever-growing number of zombies, running straight through them seemed to be less than intriguing as an option. Emily peered around, thinking how every path there sucked a lot. Emily said, "I don't know what we are going to do. You aren't ever going to make it through that mess. I don't think there's much of a choice here. I mean, what are you thinking?" Emily hid her seatbelt and turned around in her seat, looking around the dead-end cul-de-sac behind her. The mob of the dead was walking forward and not taking their time about it. The narrow street was impassable, and the two women weren't going to make it through. The mob was walking forward and getting closer and closer as the seconds ticked away. The only option for the two of them was to back up. Right before they touched the hood of her car, Emily said, "Reverse! Reverse! Do it now! They are going to trap us. We aren't going to be able to go anywhere. We won't be any better off if we do. What the hell are we going to do? I'm freaking out. We're going to get... Fucking put it in reverse now, please!" Mackenzie did, then accelerated backward as quickly as she could. While she was driving, Emily was looking diligently at the houses behind them. In Ankeny, anything short of a one-car garage was considered next to nothing. In this neighborhood, very few of them had a single garage, and many had nothing at all. Emily saw all the doors shut and knew there'd be no chance of parking anywhere. And if they did park, there wouldn't be anything which they could do with the space. Emily got an idea, one that she wasn't sure she'd considered bright until after she saw what the outcome of the decision was. The mob of the dead didn't wait to start sprinting after them. Some of them, luckily for the women, were tripping over each other and falling to the ground. Emily pointed, and Mackenzie said, "I can't see what you are looking at. What is your idea?" "I don't know if it is really an idea, but it is our only chance to keep going. See that carport at the green, shitty house? There's no cars in the port. I want you to roll straight through there. And then we figure something else out. You realize we are going to be inside of a backyard after that, right? How much better off are we going to be? Mackenzie, the dead are coming. There's nothing we can do going forward, but we can go backwards. You know what they say about lemons, right?" "Lemons? Lemons? We are getting chased by a bajillion effing zombies and you are comparing it to making lemonade? Lemonade rocks! Fine, then think of that carport as one big old glass of lemonade." "Uh-huh, sure. One big old glass of..." She watched her mirrors and the camera reverse system. Right as she hit the driveway, she hit a slant that basically turned the small Toyota SUV into the first flying car. It was momentary, but the sensation made both women's stomachs go up into their throats. Mackenzie screamed as she closed her eyes, waiting for it to come down to the ground. The springs compressed in the rear end, and when they had nowhere left to go, it hit metal on metal, and sparks exploded out from under the rear bumper. When the front wheels touched down and they rolled past the end of the carport and were in the backyard, Mackenzie unintentionally spun the wheel, and the truck whipped around, grinding to a stop in the person's backyard. Both girls whipped to the left. This only did a bad thing for Mackenzie, who struck her head on the glass. Emily just let out a string of curse words. Even though she hadn't been hurt, she easily was louder than the polite curse words Mackenzie was trying to spit out. Mackenzie looked in the rearview mirror, trying to see if she was going to need stitches, or if it was just a light wound. She knew the head was a bleeder spot, and that most times it looked much worse than it actually was. Mackenzie saw a gash along the side of her head, but it looked superficial and wasn't going to be a long-term issue. Emily, who was a photographer and not a nurse, screamed very loudly, "Holy shit, are you okay? Mackenzie, blink once for yes and twice for..." "I can still talk, Emily. I'm fine, all things considered." "You sure?" Mackenzie looked in the rear view again, but this time it wasn't about if she was okay, but it was to see if they were still being chased by the dead or not. "Besides those few hundred dead people racing toward us, yeah, I'm peachy. Question for you, though. Now that we are in the backyard, what are we going to do? I mean, you had the plan, but now what? Those things are still coming." Emily wasn't trying to stay cool at this point. The shit was hitting the fan at a rate of speed she could not and did not want to deal with. She looked in the rearview mirror, seeing the mob and not loving the idea of it. The white boards holding up the garage seemed to scream at her all at once. Emily tried to say it rationally, but all she said was, "Wood! Hit the fucking wood, now!" Mackenzie stared at her for a moment, smiling uneasily, before Emily said, "Sorry, the carport, on the left side of it. Hit that and the thing should fall down. Just back into it." "So then we are trapped in the backyard. Is that the long plan?" Emily looked around, spotting a large hole in a row of unkempt bushes. She pointed and said, "We can go out that way. Hopefully it leads to somewhere." Mackenzie was going to say something, but there weren't many options, and she knew Emily was doing her best with the shit hand dealt to the two of them. She put it in reverse and hit the gas, and the two propelled themselves backward at the perfect time. The dead were just making it to the beginning of the driveway, and within seconds, they'd be surrounded and out of luck. The SUV collided with the cheap beam holding it up and drove straight through. Emily watched out the back window as the board flew backwards. Emily put a hand on Mackenzie to stop the car before the structure fell down. She put it back in drive and flew forwards as the crappy old garage actually responded exactly how the two women had wanted it to. The front half stayed up, while the back half dropped to the cement, creating a redneck makeshift wall. The two women looked at it for a moment, waiting to see if the front half would eventually give way. All they could hear seemed to be a lot of screaming. Mackenzie whispered, "Holy shit, I can't believe that worked. No offense, of course." "Are you kidding me? I pulled that idea right out of my ass. I'm not complaining, though. That was awesome. Let's go check that hole out, though." Mackenzie drove slowly through the backyard. If ever there was an accurate place to have a scary movie, this neighborhood and this home fit a lot of the items that needed to be checked off the list. There were engines hanging from the trees, car parts scattered in the corners of the yard, projects that had been started and either couldn't be funded to finish or didn't have the expertise to finish what they wanted to do. When they got up to the bushes, the two creeped through, unsure if they were going into another part of these people's backyard or if they were going into their neighbors, and would be shot for doing so. Given the current conditions of everything, neither woman would really blame someone for shooting first and asking questions second. The two women pulled the SUV slowly through the bushes, unsure of what to expect, unsure if a wrong move at this point would be the undoing of both of them. When the two of them made it through the bushes, it instantaneously put a smile upon their faces. They did a small victory dance in their seats, though sadly there was no music playing for them as an anthem. Emily said, "I can't fucking believe we just got this lucky." Mackenzie said, "What do you mean, lucky? We have had nothing but a crap show this entire ride. I feel like we had enough good karma built up for us to be able to say that we definitely deserve something good to happen." What the two were both so excited about was something that Ankeny had very few of. It was a gravel road. There was an alley running up and down the middle of blocks. In Des Moines, a good portion of the older homes still placed their garbage cans outside, but it was in the alleys and not on the front of the streets. It kept congestion down in the streets. Mackenzie looked to Emily, trying to decide if left or right was better. Neither woman had the correct answer, of course, because neither of them had either been in this neighborhood or had ever had to be on a gravel alleyway in the middle of the ghetto of Des Moines. Mackenzie looked left, then right, unsure of which way would be the safest to go. Neither woman knew which way would lead them to death and which way would give them a chance at surviving for a few more minutes. Emily said, "I don't have a clue which way we should go, so just pick one and I won't hold it against you." Mackenzie, not one to have to make decisions of that magnitude, decided to let fate or luck be the person to choose which way they went. Mackenzie grabbed a quarter out of the change collection and flipped it up in the air, grabbing it and covering it with her hand. She said, "If we see Georgie, we're going to take a right, and if we see Tails, we're going left." Mackenzie slowly pulled her hand away, uncovering George Washington staring back at her. The two women pulled out slowly, taking a right and navigating the alleyway carefully to make sure they didn't hit any of the trash cans. She could only assume the garbage truck had already come, and all of the cans lying sideways in the alleyway did nothing to make getting through any easier. Emily, for the first time in quite a long time, realized that her phone was going insane in her pocket. She pulled it out, taking a look and seeing she had at least a few dozen missed calls. She started scrolling through, seeing that most of the parents on the block had tried to get in contact with her. Her dad in Colorado, as well as her mom, who was also in Ankeny, on the outskirts of the town, had all tried calling her as well. Mackenzie looked over, realizing how dumb it was to ask the question, but out of kindness couldn't help herself, and asked, "Is everything okay?" Emily laughed aloud. She didn't know how to answer that. She knew Mackenzie was only being kind, because that is all she ever was. Emily retorted with, "I don't know if I could say yes to that right now, but the two of us are together. We are safe for the moment, and there's no zombies in the car. I just noticed I had 1,000,000 missed phone calls, and it seems like it's most of the kids who sat up at the top of the cul-de-sac and waited for the bus to come with Lillian." Mackenzie asked, "Oh God, are all the kids with Mike? I thought he had the flu. Michael said he didn't look the best the other day." Emily replied, "Yeah, he is still looking a little rough. A few more days without a zombie apocalypse probably wouldn't have hurt a thing. He could still use a good amount of sleep before he is back at his normal 100 grumpy%. Mackenzie tried not to laugh, but much like her own husband, she knew those men who had hit the 30-year-old mark and up were prone to bouts of bad attitudes at times. Mackenzie said, "Do you need to call and let them know that we are together?" "No, I think he's got enough going on that he doesn't need anything else to worry about. He said he had all of the kids in the neighborhood there, and that he was doing his best to keep everybody from losing their minds. I just hope Tony ends up getting back to the house, and that Mike's parents can either get down to their lake or come to our house so I don't have to worry about them. I know his dad has a small arsenal, but he's still getting old and can only do so much. I see that Marcia from down the street is called probably more than anybody, and is more than likely dying to know what happened to her kids. I'm going to give her a call first and work my way down the line while you drive, if that is okay." Mackenzie nodded and asked one very important question. Do you have any idea which direction we need to go so we can get home? I've never been on any of these streets, and my GPS on the truck doesn't seem like it is working all that well. More than likely, the city maps don't include these half-ass alleyways when telling us how to get places." Emily looked around, and if it had not been for the 3 weather radar towers that were always blinking in Ankeny, she wouldn't have had a clue on which direction to point Mackenzie to drive towards. Emily pointed and said, "I think we need to go that way. That should be north. If it isn't, then I honestly don't know what to tell you other than we are going to have to just drive around a little bit. Preferably, if we do that, maybe we could do it away from everybody else." Mackenzie looked both ways as she drove down the alleyway, trying to take her mind off the horrible scenarios racing through her head. She looked into the open driveways that led to many more carports as she drove slowly. She thought it best to not speed down a road that could randomly have a car coming out and trying to flee the area, which would more than likely ruin her mostly plastic SUV. The only thing that kept her going was the thought of getting home and seeing her daughter and Michael and Milo. Emily scrolled through her contacts list, tapping on Marcia Carr's face, and waited as it rang. She wished that when she answered she could tell her everything was okay, but that wasn't the case, and it wasn't what she was going to be able to do. She waited a moment until the phone finally picked up. Marcia, who was usually pretty easygoing and laid back, answered the phone frantically, yelling, "Emily! Emily! Is everything okay? Do you have Rylan and Haley? Are they okay? Did anything happen to them? I don't understand what the hell is going on, but it's fucking freaking me out. Do you have any idea if they are okay? Do you see them? Were you home? I just want some answers or I'm going to lose my goddamn mind." Emily wasn't sure how to respond. There was really no good response she could give the mom from down the street, who, much like herself, loved her own kids more than anyone else on earth. Emily said, "I honestly don't know what is going on. I was in the car on my way down to the hospital." Marcia snapped in on the conversation and said, "Oh my God. Wait, you weren't there this morning? Nobody was watching the kids during all this? Nobody knows what is happening?" Emily said, "Relax. I don't really know what's going on, but I do know Mike was home. He is sicker than shit, but I know he did his best to get every kid on that bus safely into our house and hunkered into the living room. Lily and Jake are helping watch all the little ones, with Madison and Nora making sure everybody stays as calm and cool as possible." Marcia let out a breath filled to the brim with stress and worry. She said, "So we think that Rylan and Haley are both inside of your house in the living room?" Emily was nodding until she realized that nobody but Mackenzie, who didn't really understand what was happening because she didn't have it on speaker, could see her. Emily decided saying it aloud would be more useful. She said, "Yeah, I think they are in the house. The last time I talked to Mike, he had boarded up all of the windows, put the garage door down, and deadbolted the doors. He said the dogs were going nuts, so at least he has some sort of idea where the dead are walking around back there. We were hoping that his parents would come over, but we haven't heard from either of them, and he wanted to go pick them up, but knew he couldn't leave the kids by themselves." Marcia said, "Oh, thank God. I wasn't sure what was happening, or if maybe Amber was home with the baby and got them. There have been so many fucking horrible scenarios running through my head. I quite honestly don't know how to feel about it. I tried calling Brent, but he must be in the field. He has shitty service when he is out there. I just pray he is okay, and that everyone is. There are so many phone calls I feel like I need to make right now, but I just don't have the time or the energy to do it. I stole a truck from my work and I am headed back to town. I am hoping that I'll be there without many issues very soon. Again, I can't thank Mike enough for taking care of my babies." Emily said, "Don't worry about it. There's no reason to thank us for something everybody should just do." "So, is it okay to just go to the house? I mean, he's home, but you said everything was boarded up. Are we going to be able to get into the house to get the kids?" Well, in the back of my head, I like to think a nice, rested, rational Mike has already thought out all of these scenarios, like people needing to either get in or out of the house. Unfortunately, he's not a well-rested, rational Mike at the moment. He is a dad in charge of a dozen or so kids and trying to keep them safe while also trying to fortify the home's main level all at the same time. I'm sorry. Is that a yes or a no? It's a solid yes, but I just can't tell you what, if anything, is going to happen once you get there. I'd say lay on the horn, but we know with all the dead in the streets that it might not be the brightest idea. Well, if he isn't ready for me when I get there, then maybe I will just go home and wait for you to get there. Sounds good. I'll try calling Mike now to see what is going on. He honestly is trying to get stuff ready for us to get out of there, I think. You guys aren't staying? We really aren't too sure what we are doing. We are either staying here or, depending on traffic and supplies, we might go to his dad and mom's house at the lake. I don't know, but we can let you know. I'm not sure what options we have. We don't have anywhere to go besides here. Noah and Abigail have the cabin, but it isn't nearly enough room for any of us to be able to stay there. Has anyone spoken to Nick or Tricia yet? I don't know. I got out of my office trying my best to not get eaten and stole a truck. I didn't have time to get my car keys. After I gave up trying to reach Brent, you were my next call. Nobody is going to care after today if you took the keys or a truck or anything, I'm sure. Thank you, Emily. If you hear anything I need to know from Mike, I'd sure appreciate you letting me know. Of course. Now pay attention to the road. We don't need any more crashes today. Are you all right? We can talk about it later, I promise. It isn't really important at the moment, Emily said as she looked around the alleyways they were passing, surprised so much could not be on a Google Earth map app. Okay, well, you drive safe as well. Emily hit the end button on her phone. When they were to the end of the alley, they looked at the street signs. There weren't any where they should have been, at least not upright. The pole was snapped off halfway in the middle. The sign they needed was half buried into the ground. They looked around, but upon investigation could no longer see the towers that they'd been going in the direction of. The alleyway had been zigzagging for so long, neither of them knew which way was correct. The only direction either woman knew was up versus down. Mackenzie was mouthing, "What the F?" when looking around, and Emily realized she probably needed to be helping with navigation. Emily climbed into the back seat without saying anything and got up and out of the sunroof. Mackenzie felt like she needed to move or she was going to go crazy. She thought moving was good and standing still was death. Emily, for some reason, thought that the information was going to be easier to obtain up on top of the car. However, her being a whopping 5'5" wasn't quite enough to add the necessary height needed for her to really be of any assistance. Emily realized that she could not keep her balance standing straight up on top of the SUV. She knelt down just a little and motioned to Mackenzie to slowly inch the vehicle forward so she could try and see a little bit better when they had less obstructions in her line of sight. Emily was so busy looking to the left, thinking that was the direction in her gut they needed to go, that she never looked right to see what was about to come her way. Chapter 8. Mike tried to race down the stairs, but it did little good to make it a fast process. His legs were still like jelly, and as bad as his day had been, it was not going to change now. Everything that could be awkward or weird was, and to top that off, it was like Murphy's Law was kicking in at the exact same time. When he got to the end of the steps, he looked around, trying to figure out what the screaming was, and if one of the wood barriers he had made to keep people out was broken. The scream of Lillian came through to his ears and sounded clear as a bell over everyone else. He raced around the corner to see her holding up one of the couch's pillows and keeping one of the children at bay. It took Mike a moment to notice that the child had a purple hue to it. He realized he was going to have to make some hard decisions today. How was he supposed to deal with a zombie who was one of his friend's kids? The idea of killing one of these things didn't necessarily make him sad, but the idea that he'd have to tell a parent what he had done did little for his self-esteem and overall mental wellness, which was going to match his physical status very soon. When Mike did a quick check around the living room, he did notice one positive thing. It was temporary positive, but he realized he didn't know this kid at all, because all the faces of little Jake, middle Jake, Nora, Sydney, Alana, Madeline or Madison, Josh, and a few other kids were all basically glued to the wall. Mike realized that he didn't know the child, but he would still more than likely have to answer for this at a later time, possibly when he was no longer on Earth, given there was a heaven to answer to, and a higher power. Lillian was still screaming bloody murder, which she absolutely deserved to do. The child that was on top of her easily had at least 40 pounds on Lillian, who was no small child herself, but all of Lily's weight was attributed to muscle and her status as one of the tallest fifth graders. She was doing an excellent job of keeping the zombie from gnawing on her face. Mike didn't want the pillow, but he did want and needed to get this thing off of his daughter. He looked around the living room, not wanting to put a bullet through the child's head in front of all of these kids. When he realized options were limited, he decided grabbing one of the blankets the dogs typically thought were their own was the only way to not do anything that would make him out to look like a monster at a later date and time. The dogs were both going nuts barking at the girl who was atop of Lily and were actually more of a nuisance for Mike, being in the way, than they were in helping or deterring the zombie from trying to eat Lily. For some reason, they didn't seem to have any interest in Lillian, so they were free to bark and be a pest and jump around freaking out. Neither of them, of course, knowing what to do or why this human was being such an asshole to their favorite little girl in the world. Mike knew he could kick it to the side, but then Lily lost all of the advantage she had on the monster. The girl was solid muscle, compared to many 11-year-olds, but her small arms were still only so capable of so much. Mike wasn't sure what to do, but he had a sickening feeling that if he waited too long, her small arms were going to give out, and something from his worst nightmares would come true very quickly. Mike forgot the idea about the blanket, as it wasn't going to do any good. He gave a once-over again on the room, looking at the kitchen first, seeing the wood bench that had been a piece of shit ever since they had purchased it. The long screws that were supposed to hold it together religiously came out, and he always would tell Emily he would fix it one day. In the back of his mind, he knew eventually she hopefully would want a new table and could take care of it from there. Mike ran to the bench, flipping it over, and kicked the leg that wobbled the most. The cheap wood did exactly as he had hoped, and the solid leg came off. The leg itself was about 2 foot long and as thick as your fist. He took a baseball swing stance on it, running over to the dead atop Lily. Mike swung the leg as hard as his arms would allow him, striking it in the temple, making it fly off and crash to the side of the kitchen. Mike looked over to Lily to make sure that she was okay, feeling a sigh of relief that there was no blood anywhere, no bite marks, no hair missing, no clothes ripped, not even a scratch. The idea of having to tell his wife that their baby had either been eaten by or turned into, or, in very strong circumstances, both, a zombie, did little to put him at ease. Mike screamed to Lily, "Roll over, baby! Get out of there, now!" Lily wasted no time whatsoever rolling out of the way. She got as far away from the dead as she could, and then scurried to the other end of the room to join the other children who were still watching in awe. Alana and Madison took a good grip of Lily, squeezing her, trying to reassure her and show her that she was definitely cared and loved for by not just her family, but her friends. Mike held the leg in his hands, watching and waiting for the dead to, excuse the pun, rise again. It jumped up as if he had done nothing to it. It had not slowed it down in any way at all. Mike knew that the headshot needed to be much stronger than what he had presented the first time. As he looked around again, he realized that now no one was in the way. The dogs were still going insane, but they were also only a foot, or 2, if you looked at Harley, off the ground, and so long as she did not jump, she would stay out of the line of fire. Mike pulled his pistol, not hesitating for a moment, as it began to run, and he screamed to the children, "I want all of you to shut your eyes!" All of the children listened, but each of them seemed to be terrified at the idea that they had to have their eyes shut when the dead was running in their direction. Mike saw the death in its eyes, and it screamed and growled again as it raced towards him. The child, who didn't look like it had done a lot of running in its life, was moving at a speed Mike had not anticipated. He shot the first round, missing and burying it into the wood cabinets in the kitchen. Regardless of what was happening, he couldn't help but cringe thinking about having to tell Emily what had happened to the cabinets. The previous winter, they had spent a good month going up and down the stairs, making more coats of paint on the cabinets, only to go back down a few hours later to flip them and do it again. He'd borrowed every sawhorse that a few of his buddies had. It had been a shitty project for them, but it had helped to paint them in white to try and modernize the home a little bit. Mike blinked his eyes, trying to make sure that he had good vision this time. When he tried to focus his eyes, he realized he very much didn't have great vision at the moment. The run down the steps and running around the kitchen had all but left him temporarily spent. At least, he hoped it was temporary. Mike had not been on his feet this much, all combined, over the last few days, let alone having to use this much physical strength and stamina. His one purple zombie had transformed into 3 hungry and angry ones, running straight towards him. Mike decided that the middle one was his best shot, as all 3 of the zombies were running in a straight line towards him. Mike didn't waste any more time squeezing off a second round. The 3 zombies all stopped a millisecond after he fired the pistol. It might have only been a 9mm, but it entered her head, and that was where the round would stay. The force struck the rear of her skull so hard that she snapped her head backward and stumbled back into the kitchen. Both dogs immediately raced up to her surroundings and barked like the lions they thought they were. The shot echoed through the house, joining the shots of Jake's little .22 coming from upstairs. Mike whispered to the dogs, "Lot of fucking help you 2 were. You need to be good dogs today. Now get away from that before you turn crazy too." The dogs had no clue, but Harley was at least intelligent enough to see that Mike in no way looked pleased with either of them. She dropped down a few inches and tried to crawl out of the kitchen as if she disappeared and he wouldn't see her. Rusty just wiggled his butt, and when Lily yelled, "Out!" he came running towards her and out of the kitchen. Mike looked back, making sure it did not move. He decided, as when he'd seen in almost every movie, that when it comes down to trying to survive, that it isn't the time to get stingy with your bullets. He fired off 1 round additionally into the side of its head. Jacob came racing down the stairs, .22 in hand, looking around, ready to assist. He asked, "Is everything okay here, Dad?" Mike replied, "I guess that would depend on what you call okay, Jake." Jacob, not shy or unable to keep up with his father's sarcasm, being a fellow Evans, said, "Touché. I heard multiple shots. I kind of thought you knew how to use that thing." "Jacob, there's probably better days for you to be a smartass than today. How's it looking out the window? What kind of numbers are we looking at in the street?" "I'm not really trying to keep count, Dad. All I really care about is that they stay away from the house. Most of them seem like they have a destination in mind, but I have no clue what that would be." "Okay. I want you to get back upstairs, but first I need you to do me a favor." Jacob had been reminded regularly by his dad that Mike had been treated like a man since he was 13 years old by his grandpa Denny. Jake knew that this more than likely meant that his dad was going to ask him to do a very crappy job. One that would most likely be heavy, too. Jake cut him off before he could ask the favor and said, "I'm not touching a dead body. You are insane. We don't know anything about this stuff. Crap, we are lucky that shooting them in the head even worked. That's just a movie or your book or a TV show. We have no idea what is going on or if we could be infected. Maybe we're all zombies and we don't know it yet, and we're just waiting to die and then we're all going to be undead." Sydney, from next door, looked like she was going to visibly start crying, and it was going to be one for the record books. Mike looked at Jake, who immediately realized he probably should have been quiet. Her shoulders started to buckle, and that was basically like the puke effect. Now every child looked like they were going to start crying and join in with Sydney. It took Jake less than a second to realize that he'd rather not be around all the crying children. Jake mumbled, "So, do you want me to get the hands or the feet?" Mike walked forward, seeing the back of its head and wanting to try and keep Jake from having to see as much as possible. He took the hands, lifting up and realizing he was absolutely in no condition to deal with any of this shit at the moment. The two stumbled up the stairs, more dragging the corpse up the steps and leaving a trail of blood as they did. Her head was bouncing hard as they climbed. When they made it up, Mike said, "Let's toss it out your..." Jake said, "I just carried the stupid body up with you. There was no way we were taking it into my room. Let's take it to your room and you can get blood on your carpet. I don't want any of this zombie blood on my carpet. Anything I can do to not turn into one of those things sounds like a good idea. Although I do realize if you become a zombie instead of just a dad who looks like he's 3 sheets to the wind sick, has the flu and the craps, and looks like he's dying..." Mike finally yelled out, "Enough, Jake. God damn. Okay, fine. I get it. You don't want to be a zombie, and it's obvious that all of us do. Take the damn thing through my room, but just remember, I have bigger windows and we're going to have to lift the body higher to get it out of there." Jake was in no way deterred by this information. They awkwardly got the corpse up next to the window, setting it on one of the dog beds to try and soak up the blood oozing out of the head. Mike slid the window open and pulled the screen out, letting it fall to the ground, not very concerned about the future state of it. The two stood the body up, getting the arms hanging out, and then heaved, lifting it up the rest of the way and over. Mike had thought that putting it in the back might do well, as he wasn't sure where the best place to drop a dead zombie off was at the moment. He knew if you killed a bee that others would come to find it. Mike hoped that these things, which in no way seemed intelligent, would be not like bees. The body count around the property was growing, and while he was perfectly fine with killing as many of these things as he had to, if it meant keeping everyone safe, he also did not want to try and have a zombie wall full of zombies climbing over other zombies in his front or backyard. The two Evans men pushed the dead body out and watched as it collided with the small area of paving stones beneath it. The crack and crunch it made as its skull, head, and neck vertebrae snapped was not pleasant. Jake looked at it for a second, shaking his head, and said, "Well, that's probably the worst thing that I've ever heard in my life, not counting when that one game was not getting made anymore." Mike realized that his almost 40-year-old brain was having a hard time dealing with this, and that there was absolutely no way Jake's young teenage head could quite handle what was going on. This actually made him feel even worse about Lily and all the kids in the living room, given the fact that they were all a range of 6 to 11 years old. He thought of Penny and realized she might have been only 5 years old. Mike said, without a lot of confidence, "Hey, it's going to be okay. I don't know why yet, to be honest, but if our family survives, it's going to be because we didn't sit around like a bunch of yuppies doing nothing, waiting for somebody to take care of everything for us." Jake nodded. He didn't quite understand yuppies yet, for which Mike couldn't blame the kid. They lived in a nice part of Ankeny, and Jake only thought that he knew what the ghetto was. Mike had mentioned to him more than a few times that most of his problems were what you called first-world problems, and only people with them would never think that saying was funny. The thing that Jake had going for him was that unlike most of the other kids, the Evans children didn't go on exotic vacations at the drop of a dime. They also didn't get multiple $1,000 gifts at Christmas. The nice thing about them was that if you asked why, they would straight up tell you we'd rather have the love of our parents than people that spoil us with things we don't need and then in the long run don't ever get to see our parents. Jake would typically brag to his friends, who were bragging about something that was materialistic, that he knew how to go out in the woods, hunt for a deer, get the deer, and then, unlike his grocery store-bound friends, could cook his own stuff that he provided for his family. Jake asked his dad, "So, are we going to stay here, or did you want to go to Grandma and Grandpa's lake house? Or do you even have a plan? I mean, I'm down for living through the zombie apocalypse and everything, but I feel like we probably better figure some things out if that is your plan of attack. If we're just going to wait for the zombies to come here and eat us, maybe I should just go downstairs and get my last round of Xbox in now before the Wi-Fi goes out." Mike, who obviously was older, thought about it, realizing maybe Jake wasn't being as affected by the zombies if Xbox was what Jake was worrying about. Mike said, "I think we should probably wash the dead zombie off of our hands. Then, after that, I'm going to give Mom a call and see where they are. I don't have nearly what Grandpa does, but I know that I have enough to get us over there and to his house. If we can do that, we can formulate a plan. I don't know if your aunts are going to be able to make it to Ankeny. It doesn't do much good for my heart knowing that neither of them has any guns at their houses. But hopefully Shauna living out in Polk City will make it far enough away that they don't have to worry about the dead coming for them." Jake nodded, and for the first time ever, raced to wash his hands. He yelled over his shoulder, "You realize if we were out in Polk City with Shauna, that we could literally hunt deer forever out in the woods and probably not run out for a really, really long time. We got squirrels, rabbits, and there's fish at the lake. I don't know if going all the way to Grandma and Grandpa's is that great of an idea. It takes 2 hours to get there, and that's when there aren't any issues with road construction or dead people walking around. We also go when there isn't any rush hour. I have to guess that there's a lot of people on the road right now trying to get the F out of Dodge." Mike snapped, "Don't say fuck, Jake." "Fuck. You're right, though. I'm going to give Grandma a call, and then we can go from there. I think it might be smart at this point if you get every gun out of that cabinet, all the ammo gathered up downstairs and up, and you can keep the guns up here for now. The car is in the garage at least, and that is a good thing, although the idea of packing every single thing we own into it, plus you 3 kids, oh fuck me. Where are we putting the 2 dogs, the guns, the ammo, the small amount of food we have on hand, extra clothes, coats, gloves, hats? It is not big enough by any means. Where are we going to put crap at?" "That's why Grandpa told you not to go and buy one of those foreign jobs. He said that you were going to regret it one day, that it was worth it to buy a Chevy like he does." Too little too late, Jake, and I am pretty fucking sure that Grandpa wasn't talking about buying a Chevy because of an impending zombie apocalypse. The man has never watched a horror movie in his life, so let it go. The truck wouldn't fit in the garage and still have room for my bike. I drive 60 miles a day. I need every break on gas I can get. Grandpa brags about 20 miles per gallon like it is a good thing. I'll take the nice rocket. I'm just saying, if you had Grandpa's truck, we could almost all fit in the back of it. As comfortable as that would be. We could get all that crap you were talking about. You know Grandma Diane would have a lot of good supplies, unlike us at the moment. We could get it all in the back of Grandpa's truck, and it has that cover on it, too. Or maybe we can just follow them down, as long as Grandpa goes on regular roads and not on gravel. Mike snapped, "I've been driving on gravel longer than your little ass has been alive. There's nothing wrong with the car, and if you really want to go there, Grandpa probably isn't even filled up on gas, where I actually am for once. Mostly because I've been home sick. My car can go 45 to 50 miles per gallon if I keep my foot off the gas, which you know I always do. We could go to the lake and back without having to fill up with absolutely zero issues. The idea, to be quite honest, of getting gas in abundance before it runs out probably isn't the worst idea. I'm pretty sure at some point, once everything settles down, we're going to need the gas to get places so that we can acquire items to survive. Jake didn't really respond. He just dried his hands off, which for a 12-year-old boy meant shaking the water everywhere. Mike realized it was a first-world problem, and it wasn't a big enough concern to yell at the kid. If he hadn't learned before the zombies came, he never was going to learn, and now it was too late. Jake headed into the closet where the gun safe was, shaking his head and whispering, "Should have bought a Chevy, Dad, should have bought a Chevy." Mike watched as the boy actually did what he was supposed to do. He was calculating and planning, and took one gun at a time, and then took the ammo to match the gun, taking it to the steps and making a line of ammo and guns. Mike walked to the front of the house, looking out Jake's window at the ground below. He saw that there definitely was no shortage of the dead. Something he hadn't counted on was the interstate, which was quite close to them. It would have been rush hour when all of this went down, and there would have been thousands of people commuting from Ankeny to Ames to Des Moines, where employment and higher-paying jobs were more readily available. The dead must have come off the interstate and bypassed the golf course, and must have been heading for the noises coming from the suburban city of Ankeny. Jake said, Dad, your hands look really gross. Do you think you could wash your zombie germs off, or what's the point of me doing it?" Mike scrubbed hard at his hands and forearms, hoping that the hot water would at least be around for a while. He'd never had many times, outside of a few tent camping trips, that hot water had not been an option. The trips had taught him and his wife that showering in hot water was a godsend, that they hated camping, and cold water and a scrub bath sucked. The only other time for a prolonged period had been when Emily and he went down to the lake house, while his parents were still finishing it, and would have to bring up water from the basement, boil it, and then do hand towel baths in the tub, which at times could most definitely be freezing. The time they had spent down at the quiet lake house, which during the fall and spring was all but deserted, was definitely a large part of what made them fall in love. Mike walked out of the bathroom, and a wave of nausea and dizziness hit him all at once. Jake was coming out of the closet door when Mike raced back to the toilet. He knew he wasn't going to make it, and stiff-armed Jake out of the way, something the child momentarily wouldn't appreciate, but long-term definitely would. Mike let a spray of what puke he was able to expel from his body. Mike slid over against the wall and slowly lowered himself back to the floor, resting his head on the cool ledge of the bathtub. He looked over to see Rusty walking by the doorway. The small beagle must have thought things were safe for the moment, or he was sick of the kids, because he took his normal spot of lying beneath the bed where Harley wouldn't mess with him. Jacob almost lost his balance when his dad's weakened but still quite strong arm came up, pushing him backward and off balance. He could handle some pretty gross stuff, but when it came to vomiting, he could not handle it at all. Mike could hear the dry heaving from behind him, and felt guilty because of it. The backup vocals that Jake was providing did nothing for Mike's already very weak, sensitive stomach. He kept his head on the side of the tub, ignoring the drips rolling down his face from his own puke, and continued keeping still until all he could do was dry heave. Mike was going to say it, but Jake patted him on the back and turned the shower on, getting the puke and the smell out of his dad's line of sight. Jake said, "I think that I'm going to give Grandma Diane a call. I have a feeling you might just want to sit there for a second. You know, so long as no dead things come out of nowhere again. I'll call her from my phone. You don't smell so good, Dad." Mike retorted quickly by trying to say, "Jake, I guarantee when you get to my age, God willing, and we make it through this wonderful day we're having together, building all these special moments in the back of your mind. If you ever get as sick as I am and have 2 children to still take care of, then you can see how great you smell after you have taken 1,000,000 shits and pukes within a matter of a few days. Okay, Dad, TMI. Way too much. I just feel really special that we get to have all of these wonderful conversations, Dad. I mean, not every kid can say that his dad couldn't possibly be more honest about what is happening in life. Of course, no kid with the exception of Lily and Tony. I feel like maybe I should just make the call in my room so you can finish puking and crapping your guts out, or whatever fun things you feel like you still have left to deal with before you come back out. Mike was going to try and say something sarcastic back, but he didn't have the energy or the air for that matter. He waved Jake off, and the boy disappeared out of the room and around the corner, still carrying his rifle, which he did not look like he would be letting go of any time soon. Jake sat on his bed, feeling around on his comforter, trying to find his smartphone and the blankets. He had to use extreme willpower when he pulled it up, seeing that PUBG had a new update and new skins were available. He knew he had accrued a ton of coins the night before when he and some friends went on a raid against other groups, and absolutely massacred them. Jake saw a picture of his grandma and grandpa on his dresser, and realized it would be okay if PUBG had to wait. He did wonder if any of his friends were hanging out in any of the chat rooms. The thought that maybe he could get some information about what was happening definitely struck him as something to consider. When Jake saw the picture of his grandma and grandpa next to each other on the phone, he knew to call Grandma Diane, because his grandpa never had his on him. The only way he would pick up is if the 2 of them were already headed somewhere, because he kept his phone in the truck. He knew that Grandpa Denny would be the one driving, as long as he was healthy and not a purple zombie, and that Grandma would be riding shotgun and complaining, rightfully so, about him smoking in the truck, which is something that Mike had never been a very big fan of. He had finally got his dad to stop smoking even 1 cigarette on the ride down to their lake house, just by mentioning to the kids to make sure and mention that if they really didn't want him smoking in there with them, all the 2 children had to do was mention that they were feeling a little sick, and they might puke in his beloved truck. There was no cigarette worth having to smell a child's puke, especially in the hot summers of Iowa, after an empty puke-filled pickup had a few hours to warm up, sitting in a 100-plus-degree garage. Jake tapped on the phone picture of his Grandma Diane and waited impatiently, hoping she would answer and praying she was okay. When no one picked up, he hated the scenarios of what could possibly be happening for her not to be able to pick up her phone and answer. He walked slowly back to his dad's room to fill him in on the news, or lack thereof. Chapter 9. Diane watched the zombie, looking as if it was biting Denny's foot. He was doing his absolute best to not in any way let it close enough to get clasped around his foot. Denny tried to get it away. He looked to Diane. He wasn't worried so much about saving himself, just all of the people he would not be around to help to save. He thought of his dark tan body going pale and purple and going after the woman who he'd promised to protect and love 50 years ago, and who for 50 years would have to worry about him trying to eat her. Denny was trying to think of what he could tell her to do to try and save him. Denny felt guilty for having to ask to be saved. He was old-school chivalrous. A woman shouldn't have to save a man. This was more than likely the only way he was going to survive, though. Diane watched him. She screamed at her body to move, but she'd never watched anything horror-related in all of her life. So the fact that every single thing her grandchildren, or at least Mike's children, joked about regularly was coming true had her feeling like she was standing in a neck-down coffin of dried concrete. The only thing she could do was feel, and feel she did. Like crying, like screaming, like a million horrible things running throughout her entire body. She watched for just a moment longer before whatever mental concrete keeping her in place finally broke free. Denny was going to say something to tell her to use her gun, but knew that he'd be more likely to get shot by Diane before he'd be saved by her with a gun. She hadn't shot a pistol in over 40 years, and the chances of starting now under this amount of stress, it was impossible to think they'd be okay in the long run. She could shoot like a champ when they'd first begun dating. Denny had taught her how to shoot, which had not met her father's approval. What had made the man more upset was when he'd flicked his smoke out of the window as he'd pulled up to take her out, and he'd brought her a pistol, which he'd picked up for her with his paycheck. When Diane's cognitive motor skills came to life, she raced out of view. Denny knew that she wasn't going upstairs, because there were still more dead on the upper level, and there was no way she could get past the dead that was sprawled out still trying to make a meal out of his foot. Diane never had any intentions at all of leaving her husband. When she ran to the back of the downstairs living room, she looked frantically for something that she could try and push the dead off with. Diane had made the basement into an African-themed room. Her husband had always mentioned how little sense that made, given they were both white, Norwegian, descendants of poor dirt farmers. They pretty much couldn't have had less to do with African Americans except being able to relate, coming from their Catholic upbringing that they had. Diane took an elephant that they'd had for 30 years and had traveled to 3 houses with them. It had to have weighed at least 15 pounds, and she was going to grab it, but realized it was going to put her much closer to the dead's mouth than she was comfortable with. Denny began screaming. The pressure on his leather loafers was getting tighter as the zombie's mouth began to clench around him. Diane traded out the elephant for a 3-foot-tall decorative metal giraffe. She looked at the legs on it, and looked at the dead, and hoped that it would be enough. She carried it by the head, running back to Denny, and sliding a full leg sideways in between his foot and its mouth. The metal held true, and Diane pushed up, using it as a makeshift pry bar to free his foot. Diane didn't stop lifting until she had enough momentum with the giraffe to make the zombie flip over onto its back. She kept the legs firm and pulled back all at once, and then slammed them down around the dead's neck, pinning it to the ground. Denny did not hesitate, pulling his .44 caliber from its holster, and hovered it just a few inches over its head, while Diane did her damnedest to keep it still. He squeezed the pistol off once, and there was no question he needed to take a second shot. The report from the gun was deafening, and both of their ears immediately began to ring. Denny, who had worked on fighter jets as an engine mechanic almost his entire life, was used to the ringing, because he could wake up with it without any reason at all. Diane, however, held her ears as if it was going to do some sort of good. Through a fog, just being able to hear, they heard more glass breaking upstairs, and footsteps seemed to be rushing towards the sound. The dead didn't seem too bright, so they were unsure where the sound had come from, but seemed to know that it had come from inside of the house. The only upside was that it didn't seem they knew about stairs or basements or a house and its physical makeup. Denny felt like his back was getting tighter by the moment. He knew they had to get out of here, but at the same time, going upstairs was more than likely a death trap. Diane looked up at the top of the steps, and 4 of the dead were staring back down at her. She cringed, but knew Denny's back couldn't do it at the moment, and this had to be done. She dragged the zombie far enough out of the way so that they could use the door if needed. They did not race down the steps. They literally jumped the first 10 steps, which led to a small, flat landing. 2 of them landed, while the other 2 missed the landing completely and continued their forward momentum, tripping down the steps, smashing their faces, till one of them broke their neck, taking itself out of the equation. Denny and Diane just needed to keep their feet and all other appendages away from the dead so that it could not bite them. Diane slammed the oak door closed, wishing they had something much more durable and reliable. The only reason they even had a door on it was to conserve heat and air in the summer. The cheap oak would do very little against 3 additional dead banging away at it. There were plenty of things in the basement they could try and put up against the door, but he wasn't sure if Diane would be able to move it on her own, and the thought of him trying to lift anything, including himself, was preposterous at the moment. Diane was frantic and unsure what to do. She didn't need someone to help her think, as she seemed to be firing on all cylinders now. She raced into the basement utility room, grabbing a few metal chairs they kept for when the kids came over for Christmas or Thanksgiving. When she came back, she wedged them so the tops were under the doorknob and the bottom was along the trim on the floor. Barely a second later, the dead slammed, kicked, and punched at the door. When they couldn't get through, the best thing they could think of was headbutting the door with all their might. But there was not going to be enough time for them to stay here too much longer. Denny wiggled his way out of the caved-in wall, hobbled over to the couch, and lay down ungracefully, screaming in pure agony as he hit the sofa. Diane felt a vibrating coming from her pocket, and when she pulled it out, realized that she had just missed a phone call from her favorite grandson, Jake. She loved all of her grandchildren and great-grandchildren, but Jacob had been the first Evans male born that she could enjoy. Tony had been a godsend as well, but she hadn't retired, and much like with her other grandchildren, she was more of a weekend grandmother. She'd still had a full-time job to contend with, and Mike still at home, as his sisters were 10+ years older than he was. They'd had Mike when they were 30 years old, which at the time was old, but was now the new norm to start having kids. She'd always said that it was a miracle that Mike had lived. When he was born, he'd had to have emergency diaphragmatic hernia surgery, and the doctor had had to read the procedure out of a book located in California. Diane touched the picture of Jake's face and began pacing back and forth, waiting and hoping to hear his voice, or really anyone at Mike's house. Denny asked, "What the hell are you doing on the phone? Don't we have better things to be doing right now, like finding a better way to keep these damn things out of the basement?" Diane didn't answer him as she went into the back room, grabbing the office chair, and came back, setting it next to Denny on the couch.
"Get your ass up, Evans, and be quiet. It's Jake. Don't act like you aren't concerned about him. Now give me your hand."
Denny took his wife's hand grudgingly and grimaced as she helped him up. He got up high enough that he was able to fall into the wheeled chair. Denny said, "Christ, I'm an old man. You gotta be a little easier on me. Oh, and don't act like I don't care about the kids. You know if we turn into zombies that all the love in the world isn't going to do shit for them, right?" Diane rolled her eyes. She thought she could show love and not turn into a zombie just fine. Once she was there, she heard a "Hello? Hello?" coming from the phone. She yelled, "Just one moment, sweetheart." The refrigerator they had in the basement was only 3 feet high, but it had wheels, and being movable made it a godsend. Denny was saying something behind her, but she ignored him, pushed the freezer up in front of the door, and put the locks on it. The refrigerator, or what was really a deep freeze, was something most people in Iowa had for extra meat and frozen vegetables. It transformed into a 300-pound white block, keeping anything, hopefully, from breaking into the room, which was their last defense of hope. Diane got the phone picked up, ignoring a husband who was not very happy that he'd been wheeled around without getting to have any say. She picked up the phone, turning the speaker on so she could hear, and asked,
"Jacob, is that you, honey?"
Jacob stopped walking from his room and turned around and went back, cringing as the sound of his dad dry-heaving again echoed through the upper level of the house. Jake responded, "Grandma Diane, you're okay. Is Grandpa Denny okay? Where are you guys? Are you still in Ankeny, or have you headed to the lake? Or are you going to a farm? Dad told me to call and see how everyone was doing."
Yes, we are okay, Jacob. Thank you for calling to ask. Your Grandpa Denny threw out his back trying to keep those things from eating us. We're still in Ankeny and have moved to the back room where Lily and you do your gun cleaning. But we have quite a few of those dead things in the house. It's starting to make me think that living on a busy road might not have been the greatest thing, as well as having the interstate basically in our backyard. Don't worry, Grandma. We live further away from the interstate than you do, and we have all kinds of dead purple people walking around being weird and creepy and trying to eat everyone. Is everyone at home? Have you guys heard from Tony? Is he on his way home? Jake replied, Yeah, we heard from Tony. Dad said that he was still at school, and he was going to try and get home. He had to try and find a car first, because I guess there was something wrong with his battery and then it got towed. I'm not really sure, but I could tell from the look on Dad's face that he wasn't very happy with whatever Tony was saying to him. Lily is okay. She just about got eaten by a zombie, but Dad shot it in the head and then we threw it out the window, so we didn't have a dead corpse zombie sitting around in the house, collecting dust. Mom is out because she had to go to work today. I think Mackenzie next door was going to pick her up because she crashed her car and was hiding and waiting for her to come pick her up. We also have, every neighborhood kid. Well, except the zombie kid that got shot in the head in our living room just a few minutes ago. Lily is doing her best to try and keep everyone entertained and focused until their parents come and pick them up. Dad has everything boarded up, so I'm not really sure how we are expecting to get rid of the kids. I guess they could jump out of my window, but I think that would be a great way for them to break their legs. And I don't think that is something that anyone is looking forward to having happen. I wouldn't think going to the doctor today is going to be that great of an idea, if you know what I mean. No, I don't think going to a hospital would be all that smart. We haven't really figured out what we are going to do because of his back. And then on top of everything else, being stuck in this back room, which was quick thinking on my part. But in the long run, I can't say that it is the best of ideas that I've ever had. Do you know how much longer all of those children are going to be at your house? No. As far as I know, there haven't been any messages saying that anyone was close enough to pick up the kids. Dad's been kind of busy dealing with zombies in the backyard and getting the house zombie-proofed. He's currently in the bathroom right now trying to puke his guts up. We have our fingers crossed for him, though, that he only has the flu and isn't actually going to give us the zombie virus or turn into a zombie himself. I'd feel really bad about having to double-tap Dad in the head to keep him from eating us and the rest of the neighborhood. Jacob, honey, I'm sure your dad is just fine. He will be feeling better before you know it. You just need to do what you can to help out today and be a big boy. Jacob cringed and replied, Grandma, I am almost 13. In another year, I'll be able to drive a car, and not just a golf cart down in Missouri with you guys. I'm kind of a big deal, being able to drive one of those already. I'll do what I can for Dad, and I'm sure he won't try and eat us. Did you want to talk to him or anything? No, I don't need to talk to him, but we might need help clearing out our house. I don't know that he'd be the best one to come for us, given his health. But unfortunately, we might not have any other options that we can rely on. Your Aunt Shauna in Polk City isn't probably going to be too helpful, and Aunt Sharon in Des Moines might as well be on the other side of the earth at this point. I can't imagine what trying to travel today would be like. I really hope that everyone gets to where they need to be, and I would love a message from you when your mom gets home, so that I know she is safe. Yeah. I can give you a call or text, Grandma, but I will let Dad know that you guys are stuck there. Maybe we can come over once Sorry, I'm tired, Grandma. Once my mom gets home, maybe we can come and try and get you out of there. Does Grandpa have his back brace down there that he could put on? Denny had been listening impatiently and thinking the same thoughts about everyone getting where they needed to be safely. Denny said, Jake, it's down at the lake. You make sure if your dad hasn't already done it, that you guys get a couple of guns out and get them loaded. You know what I say about unloaded guns, right? Jake nodded his head and replied, Yeah, I know what it means. It means that if you have an empty gun and you don't have any ammo, you got one expensive paperweight or something that has moving parts without any good to come from it. I've already got my Henry you gave me for Christmas ready to go, so don't worry about us. Dad shot his first zombie already, so I'd have to say that either his pistol or rifle is loaded. I'm not sure which one he used downstairs, but I think he had the pistol because I don't know if he had time to actually get the rifle out. I've been trying to get all the guns by the steps, so when we do leave, if we leave, we can take everything with us. Can't shoot them if you don't got them. Get her done, right, Grandpa? You know it, buddy. Stay cool. And let us know what's going on once anything changes, okay? If you guys are able to leave for the lake, just go. Don't worry about Grandma and me. Diane said, Well, it would be nice if somebody could try and help us. I'd like to live a little bit past 70. I didn't work our whole life to have some purple zombies come in and eat our faces off. This is like the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. Jake, who had read all of his dad's zombie series, said, Oh, you should see the zombies in the orphans, Grandma. They are terrifying. These things aren't that bad. We just need to make sure that we don't keep any of them around us. Or if we do keep them around, we really want to make sure we don't let them get into too big of groups. I don't know how we'll get around them, and I'm pretty sure Dad won't leave Ankeny without knowing that you two are safe. He said he wanted to know what was going on with Aunt Shauna and Aunt Butthead, but then we had to deal with the zombie. Once we threw it out, he decided it was a good time to puke, and God knows what else. I'll talk to you soon. Stay in that room, okay? Don't get bit by any zombies. If you guys haven't figured it out, shoot them in the head just like the movies. Got real lucky about that, huh? Diane could only shake her head. This child didn't fall far from the tree. She said, I'll talk to you soon. Tell Lillian, your dad and your mom, if you talk to her, that I loved them, and we will see everyone very soon, hopefully. We can only pray this thing isn't going to last more than a day. Jake knew that his Grandma Diane didn't have the stomach for a zombie apocalypse, and didn't want to say anything to upset her. He knew the chances of an apocalypse ending the same day it started were next to none, so all he said was, Yep, you know it, Grandma. Stay safe, stay inside, shoot them in the head, and don't go anywhere. Love you guys. Bye. Denny, who was just as proud of being in Evans as his grandchildren were, puffed up his chest, but only for a moment because it felt like there was a knife being dug into his spine and ripped downwards. Diane saw this and just shook her head. You don't have any room for doing anything stupid, Dennis. You need to sit still and be quiet. You wiggling around is only hurting yourself. We don't have time for it, and we need you to be able to sit up and move if we are going to live through today. I need to try and get a hold of the kids. I wish Mike wasn't so sick and that his entire neighborhood wasn't currently at his house. Did you have any ideas for what could be done if he isn't going to be able to make it to us? Denny readjusted himself and tried to think of an answer. Diane might have even felt bad for her husband, if such a thing was possible and he was able to keep his mouth shut. Denny said, At least one of the kids took the things that he needed to learn about guns from me and never forgot. As long as they have bullets at Mike's house, and they can keep themselves safe, I think they'll last a while just fine. I hope they just sit still until we can either get everything figured out, or we can group together and get the hell out of this place. As much as I love this basement, it's starting to feel like we might be in our own prison. There's no way out of here, and with your back, I don't even know if you could climb up to the egress window and do the ladder. If you did go up the ladder, I don't know where we would go. There are dead everywhere. I think the only option we have is to go back up to the kitchen. I can only imagine that if those things didn't find food, they will either move on to something easier, or hopefully just forget that we are in here. He tried to get up, but his back was telling him it was not going to happen just yet. He realized if Mike, by some chance, could make it over. In his weakened state, he probably wasn't going to be much more help trying to get him up the steps. Jake could do a little, but he was still a long way away from having man muscle,
as Jake liked to put it. Then he thought he could use the railing and push on the boy, hopefully to get up the steps, but much like anything in life, there weren't any guarantees. Denny pushed his chair over to the gun safe and grabbed the crutch from when he had knee issues. He lifted his military duffel bag and dropped it in his lap. He picked out the rifles he was taking, and also got the ammunition currently sitting in the bottom of the gun safe. He pointed for Diane to grab a plastic tote they could use to carry ammunition. There was a moment of silence when the two looked at each other, and each of them got a bit teary-eyed. They both realized there was a chance, quite a large chance. This just might be their last day on Earth. Diane said,
"Denny, if we don't make it through this..."
Denny hadn't lived 70 years to call it quits in one day. If his back was his only ailment, he was not going to give up. He knew in the long run she felt the same way, but more than likely had had enough crazy things happening to realize it could be the end. Denny snapped, "We aren't giving up, and this isn't going to be the last date. We're going to make it through. If no one comes for us, I'm going to die with my finger wrapped around this trigger, and we are going to take out as many of those bastards as we can." Diane wanted to reply, but the dead silence between the two of them, momentarily interrupted with words, was now replaced with a smashing and screaming coming from the upstairs and from the steps where the door was to the basement. Screaming came as the door busted open, and they could hear the rattling of the two metal table chairs falling to the ground and opening up the path to their hiding spot. Diane thought quickly and wheeled Denny and the guns into the utility room and shut the door. The two sat there in the dark, praying for an answer. Chapter 10. Jacob stuck the phone in his pocket and walked back to his dad, still heaving in the bathroom. He never felt so many emotions in his young life as he had today. He hadn't lost any of his grandparents, and all his great-grandparents had passed before he was old enough to feel bad about their passing. One thing Mike had told Jake since he was a little boy was it was not nearly as hard getting old as it was watching those around you getting older. He'd seen his Grandpa Denny hunched over, just trying to walk to the kitchen numerous times. When Grandpa found something Jake liked, that was what Jake got. So there had been many times the two had had massive eating sessions between the youngest and oldest Evans. Denny had begun making homemade beef jerky when they would spend the night. Jake cleared his throat, trying to catch his dad's attention and to not scare him, keeping true to the do not startle an Evans male way of living. Jake said, "Hey, Dad, so Grandma called back. I guess that Grandpa hurt his back, but, no zombies ate them." Mike instantly felt a sense of urgency to his parents and that he needed to go and save them. They had done everything to take care of him his entire life, and this was one rare time that a child could do for them which they could not do for themselves. They were definitely in dire need. When Mike felt like he wasn't going to be able to get any sicker, he slid down to the ground, laying on the cool tile, grabbing a dirty shirt off the ground and using it to wipe any remnants off his face. He looked to Jake and said, "Hey, buddy, do me a favor and run downstairs and get Dad..." "Dad, is this really the time?" "I don't know, Jake. I think if you want to question me, there's a really good chance you might end up with my foot diagonally in your little tiny ass. How does that sound to you? Bad? Good. Then listen up and go down and get my boots, and in my backpack I have some anti-diarrhea medicine. I need that and some water." Jake didn't like the idea of that and walked back slowly out of the bathroom and then double-timed down the steps to the main floor. Lily and the kids were sitting around whispering to each other and taking turns petting the dogs. They held their collars, not letting them near the doors or windows, which were boarded up, but would most likely not take a lot of force to break them free again. Lily said,
"Jake, where is Dad? Is he doing okay? We all heard him puking again, and he sounds horrible. I can't believe this is happening." "He's upstairs, Lily, because you don't see him down here, right? I'm pretty sure he didn't jump out the window either." "Okay, so I knew he was upstairs. Thanks for your help on that. I don't need to hear your crap right now. He's upstairs puking. He wanted me to grab some water and his medicine out of his work backpack. He needs to feel better soon. Do you think he's going to turn into one of them?" "I am leaning towards no, but I only think that because everyone else running around seems to have turned into one of them already." "What do you know, 12-year-old?" Lily said. "What do I know? I know that while you got to sit down here, I was upstairs trying to shoot anything walking by us." "Yeah, well, I was only down here because Dad wanted me to keep all the kids from freaking out because everyone outside is trying to eat us. So, since I had it so easy, as you think, I think you just have forgotten, unlike you got to be upstairs with a weapon, and I got to have a kid start turning into one of those things in front of me. By the time someone realized and started screaming for help, it was already after it had come running for me. If you'd like to stay down here, then just say the word and we can trade. I can shoot a .22 just as well as, if not better than you. In your dreams. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Jake. Dad's bag is over by the couch or behind it, probably."
Jake was thinking about it and took the bag upstairs, dropping it off by his dad. He took a wood box from the top of the gun case and poured a few handfuls worth of bullets into a sock, grabbing the smallest rifle that fit his sister. He ran it down to her, and a small smile hid behind her eyes. She took the gun happily, though, unscrewed the loading spring in the stock of the gun, and began dropping bullets into the stock of the gun, something she always thought was cool. Jake yelled as he went back up the stairs. "Make sure you keep the safety on. Shoot him in the head if anyone turns." Lily looked at the group of kids in the room. She said, "None of you guys are going to be zombies, right? Everyone is feeling okay, right?" The children, who obviously understood exactly what the purpose of the gun was and what had to be done, nodded yes. Rylan, a 6-year-old boy from down the street, or the bottom of the sack, as his parents, Brent and Marcia, would call it, raised his hand. Lily nodded towards him, and he said, "I don't feel all that good." Lily was just putting the spring that held the bullets back in as those words hit home. She pulled the charging metal tab back, getting a bullet in the chamber before standing up slowly with 2 hands on the gun, ready to point and fire. Lily tried to look calm and asked, "What do you mean you aren't feeling good? How long have you been feeling bad? What is it that isn't feeling good?" The boy was holding his stomach and looked like he almost had a sweat starting on his brow. His sister, Haley, who was only 2 years older, put a hand on his shoulder, taking on the motherly approach, which was slightly comical given she was 8, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" He replied, "I think it's my tummy. It doesn't feel very good at all. It is like there's something inside of it twisting and pushing in all directions." Lily watched Haley, and for some reason felt better by the fact that his own sister didn't look like she was freaking out. Rylan looked at Lily and asked directly, "Are you going to shoot me? Please don't shoot me." Lily said, "No," but shook her head yes at the same time. Everyone in the room kind of tilted their heads like a dog in question about something. Rylan asked, "You just shook your head yes and said no. I don't understand that answer. Does that mean you are going to shoot me or you aren't going to?" Lily said, "I don't want to shoot anybody. I just don't want anyone else to die today. Do you need medicine or something to eat?" The boy looked embarrassed and whispered, "No, I don't want anything to eat. I think that was the problem. Dad made pork tacos last night with jalapenos, and I might have eaten a little bit too much." Haley had a small sigh of relief. She cut off whatever her brother was going to say next and said, "He had like 6 helpings last night. Dad thought it was funny he was putting hot sauce on everything. I don't think Mom usually lets him have that much food and that much hot sauce. I think I know exactly what's wrong with his belly." Rylan nodded his head, looking like he was starting to bounce up and down a little bit. Lillian asked, "So what are you saying? I know what happens when Jake goes crazy with his buffalo sauce or Dad's hot sauce for his burritos." Haley said, "I think he needs to take a crap. Rylan, do you need to go to the bathroom?" The boy answered with actions instead of a verbal answer. He raced past both girls and leapt over the stain of blood on the carpet. Rylan was already unbuttoning his pants as he rounded the corner, and the entire group got a full-on view of the 6-year-old butt as he was jumping up and down. The door slammed to the bathroom, and a moment later it sounded like a small bucket of water had been emptied into the toilet. There was a sound of relief that definitely let everyone know he felt, more than likely, 1,000,000 times better. When Jake came back out the second time, his dad was tightening a belt and putting on a hoodie over his t-shirt. He had his steel-toed motorcycle riding boots and was sliding one on after the other and getting them laced up tight. He had a magazine sitting next to him for a 9mm carbine rifle, as well as a pistol. It looked like he had a backpack that had a few rounds in it as well. "Hey, buddy, do you think you can hold the fort down for a little bit? I already feel like shit, and I don't think I could feel any worse if anything happened to Grandma and Grandpa. I'm pretty sure you guys are safe here, as long as everyone downstairs is looking okay and feeling okay. I promise I'll get there and back as quickly as I can. If anything happens, try to get everybody next door and over to Michael's house." "Can you even drive?" Jake asked. "It isn't going to be driving that I'm doing so much as riding. I think I have a better chance of getting over there on my motorcycle." "Right, because you were doing such a great job with your balance today. I'm sure a 500-pound motorcycle is only going to add to your success rate. Why don't you just take the car? You aren't going to get Grandma and Grandpa on the bike, because you know Grandma probably has a truckload of stuff packed, and even better chance Grandpa probably has a truck full of guns. I guess that's considering they've got anything accomplished before they had to hide out in the basement. Oh, and don't forget, when you get back, Mom is going to kill you for leaving us and for riding your motorcycle sick." Mike thought about the idea of trying to ride with both parents on the motorcycle and almost smiled. It broke his heart to say it aloud, but Mike replied, "If I can get there and get inside and get them safe, then when it is time to go, I will just leave the bike there. Regardless of where we go, I'm not going to be able to carry enough stuff to take the bike with us, to justify having it. There are plenty of motorcycles around. I am sure there's some dead guy that isn't going to miss a much nicer bike. Not to badmouth the boulevard, of course. It isn't such a big deal about keeping my balance with it either. All I need to do is get on the throttle, and then the bike pretty much takes care of everything else so long as it isn't snowing. It's spring, so it probably isn't a real big concern. And it isn't windy. I can wear my helmet, and that is going to give me a little bit of cushion so that I do not have to worry about getting bit on my face, at least. I'm going to have you open the garage door once I get it running. When it's clear, I'm going to make a straight shot for Mom and Dad. I just hope it is a much better idea than what I think it is at the moment." Jake, accustomed to sarcasm and very talented in it, answered as honestly as possible, saying, "Oh, I definitely agree it is an absolute crap idea, Dad. If you crash, you could get all sorts of messed up. On top of all that, you still look like crap, and you don't know what the roads are looking like. What if you can't get through? I know it's only a few miles away. Once I get out to Delaware, I'm not going to be on the roads, so it won't be an issue, and I don't think the path I'm going to take is going to be heavily traveled on a Monday morning." "So what is it you're talking about, Dad? I don't think you make sense, or you are just crazy." Seriously, what's the plan? Just go get your sister. I want her upstairs watching the window so you can open the door. If anything comes in, start shooting anything purple and ask questions later." Jake stood for a second, thinking about what his dad was saying, and walked to the gun cabinet and pulled out his pheasant shotgun. It had been his dad's, but Mike had graduated up, letting Jake take the smaller caliber while Mike began using the 12-gauge shotgun that was his dad's, who no longer hunted. Jake said, "If I need to shoot quick, I think I'd rather have power over capacity. I don't see myself hitting anything quick with my Henry. From the window it's great, but if this is something I have to deal with, then I think I either want slugs or birdshot. Which one do you think would be better, Dad?" Mike thought about it for a second and said, "Why don't you get the birdshot? At the very least, if you hit them in the face, they're not going to see anything. And if you're lucky, the pellets will go through their eyeballs and into their brains. No clue if it's going to work or not." "Well, that's relieving. What do you want me to do if it doesn't work, Dad? I mean, I'd be okay if they were blind, but I still don't want them coming towards me or the house where everyone is. If we're going to protect people, we might as well do it right, right?" "Yeah, I agree 100% on that. But you do need to think of one small consideration about that. If it doesn't work out like you want it to, all you need to do is finish out the 5 rounds and have slugs ready to go. Your second option is either take the 12-gauge down there, or maybe you could keep your Henry by the door. You don't have to get them close, but if they're going to come at you, more than likely it's going to be in a straight line. If you just keep your bead on them, I say you have a better than good chance of knocking them off their feet and down for the count. I hate that you have to think about this, or even do any of this. I would never in a million years wish for you to have to go through a zombie apocalypse. I don't want to be in a zombie apocalypse. I can sure as shit guarantee you that your mom does not want to. And I can only imagine how frantic your Grandma Diane is at this time." "No, believe it or not, Grandma actually sounded like excuse my French, she had her shit together, Dad. She wasn't freaking out at all, although I could hear Grandpa yelling in the background. I feel like I should probably go with you. I hate riding on the back of the motorcycle, though. You're the only one that looks cool when you're a 12-year-old boy riding with his dad, and I've heard in more than one TV show with bikers that they call that riding bitch, which I can't say I'm super delighted about the idea of. I assure you, I almost never refer to it as riding bitch, Jake. Mostly because your mom would probably take my head off if I did. They aren't big fans of the B word or the C word, or really any word that is not derivative of a good thing in general. You stay here, though. There is no way I can take you with and leave Lily to hold down the fort for everybody with the mutts. It isn't safe, and it isn't smart. And frankly, I'm not putting your guys' lives in any more danger than they need to be. Hopefully, your brother will be home before we know it and will be able to help out. So I'm going to be watching for him, but if he gets here and there are zombies in front and I can't open the garage door, what do you want me to do?" "I was thinking about what we might need to do to get rid of some of these kids when their parents show up. Or, like you just said, if Tony gets here. I want you to get my hunting sticks from the attic and carry them upstairs individually. Then, once you do that, pull your window open as wide as you possibly can. Then connect all the sticks. But this is important, Jake. I need you to really listen, because if you don't, you're potentially going to kill someone. Do not kill someone." "Thank you. So now that we are listening, all you need to do, once they're together, use the system that I strapped them to the trees with, except put the sticks to each other. You don't do that. They're going to fall apart and down to the ground, and you won't be able to get them. There is even a strong chance I'm going to need to be able to climb those when I get back. Although I would question that, considering there's no chance in hell your Grandpa Denny is going to climb up those sticks. I also wouldn't feel comfortable having Grandma Diane go up them either. Do you have any questions? Anything at all you're not clear on? We aren't going to have time to dick around. I would say when the shit hits the fan, but we are way, way past the fan.
No, I think I can do that without screwing up. All I need to do is get the sticks and strap them together. I want to make sure that they are tight, and then you want me to leave them hanging down? Do we even have any idea if these things can climb?
We do not know, and that is an excellent observation. I just want you to sit up in your room until I get back, unless something bad happens. If you see somebody coming who looks like they are alive, and one of the parents of these kids, or somebody from the sack, you can put the ladder down. I was really hoping more guys were going to be home, but at 7, there's a pretty damn good chance they were all headed off to work. Really fucks us, though, because as we can tell, it's taking a while to get back from Des Moines, since your mom's not here yet. I can't really say she'll be super happy with me leaving, but you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes.
Oh, I don't think Mom being not happy is the best way to put it. You're probably, as you would put it, going to get a foot in your ass from her. She's not a fan of anyone leaving her precious baby children at home. Regardless, we are perfectly capable of taking care of ourselves. Are you sure that you're going to be able to ride and not have to puke or crap your pants?
Mike got down the steps, taking his time. He realized his hobby was actually going to be working out, hopefully in his favor. He got his riding jacket on and went with the sport bike style versus the leather jacket. The armor on his sleeves, chest, and back would be imperative to surviving if he crashed, and or if there were a zombie on his path to his mom and dad's, which he really prayed wasn't going to be an issue. Mike did a running checklist on the gear and what it had to offer. He grabbed a full-face helmet, gloves that had metal through the fingers to protect him in case of a crash, the steel-toed riding boots, and the armored jacket. When he stopped to think about it, the only real susceptible thing was going to be the back of his legs. He slid on a pair of leather chaps and thought that this shit was coming in handier than he ever would have thought it could have. Lily was waiting for him at the bottom of the steps. He was going to tell her he loved her, to be good, and to listen to her brother, but she bear-hugged him and squeezed until it hurt. Instead of telling her to let go, he wrapped his arms fully around her and pulled her into his chest. He kissed the top of her head, her silky smooth long brown hair tickling his nose. "I love you, Lily Dilly. I'll be back as soon as I can with Grandma and Grandpa in tow." Lily wasn't much of a crier, but it would seem, Mike thought, that his only daughter, whom he cherished more than life itself, might just be thinking of the worst-case scenario. She finally released her death-grip hug around Mike's midsection and said, "Don't get eaten by a zombie, Dad. Okay? Please?" "I'll absolutely try and do my best, sweetheart. I promise." Jake yelled from upstairs.
"Dad, if you want to get going, you might want to do it while the going is good. It's clear right now."
Mike kissed her one more time and said, "You guys be good, please, and stay here. Jake is going to make a ladder that you can climb down. You should all be safe in here. Just keep everything closed that you can. If you hear Jake or Lily shooting upstairs, it is for your own good, I promise." The kids nodded, but none of them looked overly confident. Mike put the strap through his helmet loops, leaving no slack for it to be possible to be pulled off. When he got in the garage, he pulled the bike off the charger. He hadn't been on it that year because of the weather. He also hadn't started it yet, either. Mike got on the bike and squeezed it through the deep freeze and the Hyundai, glad his car was tiny. His Boulevard wasn't the skinniest of bikes, and was just barely able to fit through the gap. He flipped the switch and felt some relief that everything on the instrument panel lit up. He could hear the gas sloshing around and the meter read full. Another good sign, he thought. Mike did the sign of the cross and squeezed the clutch and hit the starter on it. It tried to come to life, but there was no luck. He tried a second time. Nothing. And a third. Nothing. Before finally, on the fourth attempt, hit the starter one last time, and a puff of white smoke erupted out of the muffler, filling half of the garage with smoke. Mike tried not to get cocky. He let it idle for a few minutes before starting to give it some gas. He looked at the tires, and they appeared to be good to go. A second later, he took one deep breath and nodded to Jake with a thumbs up before he watched as the door began to rise. Chapter 11. Brent attempted to pull his phone. However, Karen yelled,
"What are you doing? They are barely keeping James on the ground. Why the hell aren't they hitting him or tying him up?"
Brent shook his head. There weren't any real practical answers at the moment. None that made any sense, at least. He said, "We need to get out of this field, away from James, and back into our cars and get the hell out of this place." Brent nodded, thinking how he could not possibly agree more with her at this point in time. Karen was trying to stay calm, but couldn't. She said,
"I understand that, but how do we get away from James? He's going to be able to keep up with the tractor. It won't do any good to let him just catch up to us anyways, will it?"
Brent contemplated that, and as much as he liked James, he absolutely loved his children more than life itself. Brent opened the door to the tractor and climbed down slowly. He ran up to the three men and said, "We don't have any options here, guys. We need to fucking do it." Sean, who wasn't busy feeling fire race through his arms, said,
"But guys—"
"But nothing, Sean. We won't outrun it, and we aren't going to tie him up with anything. There isn't anything to use." Mike's arms were quivering. He yelled, "Guys, I can't hold him much longer. If you are doing it, then do it now. Please, please do it now." Brian was doing better, as he worked out fanatically. Mark was more of a 12-ounce curl kind of a guy. Brent grabbed the bar that the men were talking about and, unlike Sean, didn't hesitate. Mark let go of the arm a second prematurely. Brent brought up the bar with as much force as he had brought it down. James pulled his arm free and rolled out of the path of the bar. Brent couldn't stop in time, and when James pulled free, he made Mark fall forward and not the way that he wanted to. Mark took the hit across the top of his back, and Brent held nothing back. When the force of the bar struck the back of Mark, it knocked him flat to the ground. Brian was still doing his best to try and hold James down, but now, with one arm free, James was an opponent without any knowledge of his limits. James had all the strength of his best day, and it did not wear down. He used his free hand to grab Brian, and as Brent was bringing the pipe up a second time, he pulled Brian towards him and, coincidentally, into the path of Brent's second well-aimed strike. Brent was able to stop this time, but James had not been interested in using Brian as a shield. James had one thought, and it was burning through his inner self. "I need to eat. I've never been so hungry in my entire life. All I can see is food. Food for as far as the eye can see." James came up off the ground and tried to pull Brian down at the same time. He wrapped his teeth around a vein pulsating in Brian's neck. Brian screamed as James's teeth clenched around the vein and tore through it in one animalistic bite that would prove fatal for Brian. James chewed happily as the blood soaked his beard a crimson red. Brian rolled away when his skin was no longer holding him there. He felt its flow increasing as he became more frantic and nervous. Sean yelled, "Holy fucking shit, what are we going to do? I can't believe he got Brian. What's going to happen to him? What can we do? You need to get him help. Get on the radio." Brent looked at him and answered as honestly as possible. "He's going to die. There's nothing we can do for him. I've never seen that much blood in my entire life come out of a person. Mark, are you okay?" Mark was trying to get up, but he felt pain like he had never experienced racing across his spine. He wiggled his toes and feet as he tried to get up, realizing there was a better than good chance that his spine was not broken, and he thanked God for that. He had never been hit so hard with anything in his entire life. Mark said in more of a groan than his normal tone, "Yeah, I think I'm okay. You hit me with a fucking bar. Get me up off and away from this guy now. Brent and Sean both reached down to try and lift Mark up to his feet and get him moving, and as they did, James lurched forward. James had just finished chewing his first bite of mouth-wateringly pleasurable flesh and realized his hunger had not been quenched. He rolled to the side, taking both hands and pulling Sean's ankle towards him. James ripped into his Achilles tendon viciously. Sean kicked at him as he did so with his good foot, no longer trying to help Mark, but to simply save himself. Sean was using his good foot to kick James in the face as hard as he could. The crunch of the bones breaking in James's face was hauntingly loud. Sean lost his balance when his Achilles tendon was ripped away and made the muscle connected instantly go limp, leaving nothing to support him. The only option left was to fall hard to the ground. Brent saw everything going to shit and stepped back, pulling as hard as he could to get Mark up and to his feet. James came forward, taking a small bite into Sean's thigh and then into his stomach. The tan shirt he donned as part of a uniform no one had asked him to wear quickly transformed red. James tore into his love handles and did nothing to slow himself down. This was his first real feast, and it was a meal meant for a king. Sean tried to push himself back, but there was no stopping a very committed James from what he was eating. Sean punched him on the top of the head, and James came up, his face completely soaked in blood, and gripped his hand. Sean tried pulling it back, but it was too late. He took his index and ring finger, wrapping his mouth around it, and tore it off. James growled and chewed like crazy, as fast as he could, until Sean's fingers made their way into his stomach. He went back to the warmth of his stomach innards, tearing like a savage animal with his hands and teeth at the same time, until he was through the stomach muscles and skin and was able to rip intestines out of his insides. Sean screamed like no one had ever heard before, and the three still alive were confident that it was the worst thing imaginable they would ever hear. Karen yelled from the tractor, "Get the fuck on here! We need to go now! There isn't anything we can do for any of them!" Brent and Mark did not disagree, although it hurt their hearts to have to leave friends behind. But they both knew that if they were going to be friends like James, then they were friends they could do without. A moment later, Brian started to rise to his feet, looking around and confused. His neck hung a little bit off to the right, as the skin and muscles needed to keep his neck upright had been feasted upon. Brent let Mark put his arm around his neck, and he helped him go as quickly as he could to the tractor. There was no room for all three of them to be able to ride inside of it. It was a one-seater, and therefore it pretty much just fit one driver. Brent was doing his best to think on his feet, but this shit was getting ridiculous quick. He was the only one that drove the tractor, and he was not about to do on-the-job training right now. Mark screamed in agony as his back and neck started to react to the trauma he'd encountered by Brent's hand. Brent looked in the cab, seeing Karen motioning for them to hurry up. When Brent looked behind him, he saw James, Sean, and Brian were all coming towards them. James was in the best zombie physical condition out of any of them. Sean was hobbling with guts sloshing and swaying from his stomach, something guaranteed to make you want to puke if they continued staring at him. Karen opened the door as they were getting to the top, and Mark went to climb into the cab, and Brent held firm on the on-the-job training. The last day he thought he would ever have a job if the rest of the world was anything like this one. Mark didn't know how to drive a tractor, and Brent wasn't taking the time to show him how now. Mark didn't have a clue what was going on, and was doing his best to just keep moving. "Well, where the hell do you want me to go?" "You can stand on this ledge, or you can climb your ass up on the door and sit on the roof. We won't be going over 25 miles per hour. I don't see you not being able to hold on at that speed.
You want me to ride on the roof of this fucking thing? I don't give a fuck what you do, but every second you piss away whining is another one that those things are getting closer with. Us not moving is keeping them from running, I assume. We need to get this thing moving now.
Mark looked at his options. Riding on a 1-foot piece of steel while holding on to the door handle or riding on top of the roof. Mark couldn't say he preferred either choice, but the idea of keeping both feet while standing straight on this little platform with tractor tires as large as he was beneath him was less than appealing. Mark cursed under his breath as he climbed up atop the tractor cab. When he got up there, he held on for dear life and tapped on the top of the window, letting them know he was secured, or at least as secure as he was going to be. Brent didn't screw around and brought the giant diesel-powered tractor to life. He looked over his shoulder and saw that the three still walked towards him. Brent put it into gear, and the three began to move forward quickly. It jumped forward quickly, faster than Mark had expected. It almost made him roll off the back of the tractor's cab. When he looked down and saw that he was a good 10 to 15 feet up, it did not make him reassured in any way at all. The positive thing he did notice was that the zombies were only focused on the people in front of them they wanted to eat. The fact that there was anything at all, being towed by the tractor was completely oblivious to them. The tractor got up to speed at a wild 10 miles per hour, but the positive thing with them not looking was they had no idea what was going to happen next. The trailer they were hauling came up, tripping them and taking their feet out from under them. When they tried to get up, the second row of bars came across and struck them in the head. Sean, who, had he felt pain, would definitely be feeling it now. He had come out the worst of the three. When it had come up behind him, his intestines had wrapped around one of the poles sticking up from the trailer. He had lost his balance, much like the other two, but unlike them, he was being dragged by the trailer as his intestines held firm to his insides as well as to the trailer. Sean screamed, not in pain, but in rage, when he realized it was his intestines keeping him from being free and walking alongside his fellow zombies. He pulled himself up by his intestines and started to gnaw on them, soaking his mouth and mustache in dark crimson blood. Karen said,
"I can't believe this is happening. He's eating his own guts. What the fuck happened today? It's just another Monday. I don't understand how hell froze over in one day. Do you think that everyone is like this, Brent?"
"If you would have asked me any other day, I definitely would have said no. But given the state of 3 out of 6 people on my crew, I'm going to have to say I think it's very possible such a thing could be happening. When we got the initial call on the walkie-talkie, the guy did not sound very good. At first he wanted help, but then all I heard was screaming and cries for help, of pain and suffering. I won't lie, I'm debating if going to the seed camp is the right move here. Can you imagine if all of those people are there dealing with the same things we are? I don't know how the hell we'll get out of there. I mean, if you come with me, we can take the tractor back to Ankeny. We aren't going to have a plethora of gas when we're done, but at least we will be there. And unlike this tractor, we won't have much in our way that this can't go over. What do you say?"
"I say we keep the fuck out of Dodge if that's what it comes down to. I don't live in the direction of the camp either, so all we are doing is wasting time. If you think this tractor can make it all the way back to your house, and you don't mind taking me with, then I'd be happy to go. I really appreciate you helping us to stay alive."
They had almost forgotten that Mark was up there, as he'd been quiet ever since pounding to let them know it was okay to go. Mark was trying to listen and heard Ankeny and home. He poked his head through the door from up top, his black hair hanging down, making it look like he had stuck his finger in an electric socket.
"So are we going to Ankeny? Or is it just you guys going to Ankeny, or am I going to go too?"
"So long as you hold on and don't mind a bumpy ride, you can both go with me home. At some point in time, we will figure out some way for you to go home or to drop you off. As you can probably assume, I don't have any clue what we are going to run into, and everything from here on out is a guessing game. I say as long as we are alive and moving, we are doing better than a lot of people. On a positive note, it looks like the three behind us are getting further and further away by the moment. That does not break my heart." Mark made one last statement before going up top. "So, once we get far enough away that we know James, Sean, and Brian are not going to catch up, I think we need to stop the tractor and unhook the trailer." "We don't have time to do that," said Brent. Karen said, "I actually don't think that's the worst idea I've heard today. We only have so much gas, and hauling this trailer full of seed for planting isn't going to do anyone any good. I think if we get rid of it, we should have even more gas than we need, which, since we don't know what's ahead of us, might be something we should care about." Brent, who was actually thinking a little bit more long-term than they were at this point, added, "I think we can get rid of the trailer, but I also think we might want to keep a few buckets of these seeds. Who knows what we are up against and how long this is going to last? Unfortunately, there is a chance, however small, we will need to supply our own food. If this thing is not just a freak accident, then we very well might need to grow what we have. You know as well as I do that the research corn and beans we have are the highest grade money can buy. Hell, in this case you can't even buy these yet, they're so good. We can make thousands and thousands of bags of corn out of just what we have." Neither of them could say he was wrong, or that it wasn't necessary to do that. Karen said, "You aren't a half-glass-full type of guy, are you, Brent?" Karen questioned. "I just don't know enough about what's going on to feel any other way. I guess worst-case scenario is that we could possibly leave it here. If everyone is so busy running for their lives, then maybe it'll just go unnoticed or undiscovered out here. We'll be able to get back before you know it and get them. But I still think Mark is right. We can get everything we need later. If we need to plant a cornfield by ourselves, we totally can do that. Now, on a side note, we can remember that if we do need to plant something, that there isn't possibly a better group of men and women to do so. You have kids, right? They can learn how to do this, and in no time we'll be crapping corn left and right. We hit the right grocery store and we take every last one of their seed packets, and we'll be able to eat like kings." Mark leaned over a second time and said, "You know, we aren't talking like this thing's going to end soon. In fact, I think you're really talking long-term. I mean, are you thinking about how long it takes to grow corn? We are talking about being together for a while, if I'm hearing that right." "You are hearing that right, but you don't have to stay if you don't want to. I'm going to Ankeny in this tractor, and I'm doing nothing else. You can stay or leave, but I don't know how much of a head start we have on those three. I'd guess so long as they can hear the diesel, they're going to be trying to follow us." Karen, who'd already made up her mind, said, "Come on, Mark. You don't want to be left out in the middle of nowhere with a jacked-up back, do you?" Mark was going to ask if they'd really leave him out here, but the answer was already known. He'd seen how Brent loved those kids on company family days, and knew that if it was him or getting back to his kids, Mark was shit out of luck. Mark thought about it, and not having anyone to go after did make him realize that there was no reason he needed to go back to his house. He was thinking that staying in groups was probably safer, but the group is what had hurt him, and also saved him. Brent said, "So what's the plan, Stan?" "We just keep going, and I guess we keep the planter trailer attached, since there's nowhere else for us to put it if we get rid of it. Are you sure that we can get back to Ankeny on what we have?" Mark asked. Brent nodded. "Yeah, we can get back. And we have enough gas that we can just cut through cornfields to get there." Mark gave a thumbs up, and the trio bounced their way along the field, waiting for harvest, headed for Ankeny. There was a 20-mile stretch in front of them, each of them hoping there was no hell in their way as they traveled the potentially treacherous path. Chapter 12. Marcia left the parking lot of her work in a frantic hurry. She didn't know what was going on outside of work, but she could only assume there were going to be some horrific events happening. She raced down the street, looking wild-eyed and everywhere, trying to see if what was happening at work was happening in outside life. She made it less than 2 blocks before she was granted an answer, one which promised horror and misery. Marcia watched as 3 children, probably the age of her son Rylan, fed on the bowels of a woman screaming for help on the ground. Marcia had seen the change caused by the bite and knew that there was nothing she could do to save her. The idea of being someone's meal was not appealing to Marcia. She could only figure the creatures were ruining lives by the second. The more they fed, the more they spread. Marcia turned the truck hard, punching the gas as she buckled her seatbelt and raced towards the 3 children eating the woman. She hit them with such force they shot back 10 feet, and at the same time, she took the woman's head off with the bumper. Marcia rolled the window down, leaning her head out and puking out the window. She'd never seen anything that disgusting, not even on television. When Marcia was done, she looked up, wiping a string of spit from her mouth and wishing she had not taken part in the free bagels Mary had brought in this morning. She looked around the street and put the truck back in reverse. Marcia was surprised how few cars there were out driving, and began to have reservations about if she was making the right choice or if she should have tried to hole up at work. Marcia drove slowly, thinking that getting there fast was important, but getting there alive was going to trump that. When she got a few blocks down, there were cars decorating the street, blocking everything and keeping her from going through. She debated if she should get out of the truck and try to find a new car, but that idea was not a pretty one. The idea of having to find a new car on the basis of just dumb luck were not odds she was willing to gamble with, nor was it time that she would allow to be wasted. Marcia hit the reverse again and went down a side street. When she did this, she had driven past a few different alleyways where dumpsters for large businesses were set. She had not seen the purple zombies who were sitting on their knees, ripping into innocent victims. Unfortunately for Marcia, they did see her. Marcia had the radio off, but she was distracted, thinking about her choices. A thud came into the back of the truck, and Marcia jumped a foot in her seat. She looked in her rearview mirror, noticing that the dead who had been eating in the alleyway were now on her ass and had literally run directly into the back of the truck. She screamed and hit the gas just as 3 of them leapt into the rear of the truck's bed. Marcia did everything she could as she accelerated the truck, swerving it left and right trying to throw them out, but the dead had a low center of gravity and were not standing or going anywhere. They were able to hold tight, and unfortunately for Marcia, she could not get them out of the truck. She reached behind her and slid the window to the cab of the truck closed. Marcia was beginning to drive erratically and was trying to fight back tears. She felt she deserved to cry, but unfortunately, the tears did little to help her vision. Marcia was trying to talk herself down, to talk herself into the idea that she was okay, and if she just kept driving fast and straight, she was going to be just fine. Marcia could not have been more wrong. Marcia did not see the pothole in front of her from the long, frigid Iowa winters. Marcia's truck tipped a foot as it hit the pothole, and the dead flew forward, smashing their faces into the back of the cab. When they stood up, Marcia hit the brakes and then hit the gas. The 3 zombies looked drunk and walked backwards and fell out of the back of the cab. Potholes were not an uncommon thing, but when you have people on the back of your truck, it might not be the first thing that one would think about happening. Marcia did a victory fist pump, feeling the first hope she'd had since getting into the truck. Marcia was not a violent person, but everyone who wanted to try and keep her from her son and daughter and even her husband, who sometimes felt like a third child, could go to hell in a handbag. Marcia's attempt at calming herself down was actually beginning to work fantastically. She flew through an intersection. The idea of getting back to her babies was a one-train thought she was stuck on, deservingly so. She never saw it coming, and when she heard the horn of the garbage truck, it was already too late. The truck struck her with such force on the rear passenger side bed, it sent her into a 360 spin. Marcia screamed as the truck spun, and when she didn't think it could be any worse, the truck had so much momentum it went upside down, flipping and doing so many rolls she wouldn't have been able to count them. All of the glass shattered in the truck's windows. The broken glass, unfortunately for Marcia, was trapped in the bed. It was like a million paper cuts for Marcia as she bounced back and forth, the glass covering her face and arms. It all happened so fast. The pain didn't set in until the truck made a horrible screeching noise as the metal skidded to a stop on the concrete. The garbage truck never ceased to keep moving and left her on her own, hoping she was okay, but not caring enough to truly find out or to offer any sort of assistance to her. Marcia was breathing heavily. It had all happened in under a second, and she was trying to get her thoughts back in order. Marcia was amazed she was even alive after all of that, glad she'd had her seatbelt on. She was running a checklist, trying to see if anything hurt, not counting her already broken wrist. She felt something warm flowing down the side of her face and assumed she had started to bleed. It would not surprise her if that was exactly what it was. She looked at her right hand, seeing a bone protruding from her wrist, and if she hadn't already gotten rid of everything, she would have puked for a second time, deservingly so, not thinking her already injured wrist could have been any worse. Marcia wiped away at the blood on the side of her face with her good hand, trying not to scream from the agony of pain. She wanted to undo the seatbelt, but needed to figure out what she was going to do to try and catch herself. She was not strong enough to do it with one arm, and if she did let go right now, she saw that she'd be falling down and into all the broken glass, which would definitely hurt. When she brought her hand back, she looked at it, seeing that it was not just blood, but saliva mixed with blood. Marcia looked slowly to her left, praying to God that it wasn't what she thought she was going to see. She realized her prayers had done her no good, and that there was a ridiculously strong chance that God was busy with higher priorities on a day of death such as this. Her prayers were going to go unanswered on this day. Marcia saw the zombie only inches from her face, sniffing at her head. She pleaded with it, and she might as well have been speaking German, as it did not understand anything she said, as she begged for her life. Marcia pleaded, "Please, oh, you don't have to eat me. You can leave me. There will be others. I have a family." It tilted its head, looking more like a confused dog, but the confusion lost quickly to its impatience for a meal. The confusion transformed into a rage, the likes of which she had never had the displeasure of seeing, especially as close as this. It lunged forward, gripping onto her cheek and tearing it away. In all of the pain, Marcia had not realized the dead from earlier had caught up, and she was now a buffet for those who had not survived the day so far as one of the living. A man came through the passenger-side broken window, uncaring about the cuts and scrapes he was accumulating, as he crawled closer and closer to the meal waiting in front of him, trapped in its seatbelt. He saw the phone sticking out of her hand and took it with both hands, not showing any worries about her pain or well-being. The feeder bit so hard that he snapped the bone back further, and she screamed bloody murder as the pain through her cheek and wrist struck her all at once. Marcia pulled and kicked, trying to get free, but there was nowhere to go, and there would be no salvation for her. As she lay there dying in the truck, she thought about becoming one of those things, and how she would never see her son or daughter again. If there was something such as a feeling of heartbreak or heartache, she knew that this is what it was. Marcia watched through tear-filled eyes as the dead sat next to her, chewing on its piece of cheek. The man who had pulled on her wrist was able to dislodge and rip it off. She lifted her pulsating stump up and looked at her hand ripped from its socket, leaving a bloody, bony stump in its place. Marcia could not stop screaming, and that was when a third zombie came in through the truck, pushing the man chewing on her hand like a turkey leg out of the way and wrapping his teeth around her jugular, ripping it until it came free, and she finally, luckily and unfortunately, passed out, temporarily, until she came back as one of the purple dead. Her phone sat watching her as she dangled in the cab. This concludes Zombies on the Block by Mike Evans. Narrated by Tristan Morris. Copyright 2019 by Mike Evans. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Mike Evans and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.